Hello everyone, and welcome to tonight's extended tale on Pillow Tales Studio, the channel where we're going to dive into some historical mysteries you've never heard before, hidden truths, and extraordinary discoveries. Before we get started, please take a moment to comment and let us know, where are you watching from? What time is it for you? And are you enjoying your day so far? If you haven't already, please subscribe to Pillow Tales Studio so you never miss another journey into the unknown. Now, let's get to the story. Story 1, The Blood of the Anunnaki. The sun hung low over the Mesopotamian desert, casting long shadows across the cracked earth. Dr. Evelyn Carter adjusted her wide-brimmed hat, shielding her eyes from the relentless glare. The air was thick with the scent of dust and history, a reminder that this land had once been the cradle of civilization. She stood at the edge of the excavation site, where a team of archaeologists had unearthed the remains of a Sumerian temple buried for millennia beneath the sands. Evelyn was no ordinary archaeologist. She was a scholar of ancient languages, a woman who had dedicated her life to deciphering the forgotten scripts of lost civilizations. But this discovery was different. This was the Temple of the Anunnaki, the ancient gods who, according to Sumerian mythology, had descended from the heavens to shape humanity. The temple was a labyrinth of crumbling stone walls, adorned with intricate carvings of winged beings and celestial symbols. At its center stood a massive altar, etched with cuneiform inscriptions that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Evelyn's heart raced as she traced the symbols with her fingers, her mind already racing to translate them. "Dr. Carter," called a voice from behind her. It was Amir, her Iraqi assistant, and a skilled historian in his own right. He hurried over, clutching a tablet covered in dust. "You need to see this." Evelyn took the tablet and brushed away the dirt, revealing more cuneiform script. Her breath caught in her throat as she read the words aloud. "The blood of the Anunnaki flows through the chosen. Only they may unlock the gate and wield the power of the gods." "What does it mean?" Amir asked, his voice tinged with awe. Evelyn frowned. "I'm not sure yet, but it sounds like a warning or a prophecy." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the team gathered around the altar, their flashlights casting eerie shadows on the ancient stone. Evelyn worked tirelessly, translating the inscriptions late into the night. The more she deciphered, the more she realized the temple was not just a place of worship, it was a vault, guarding a secret that had been hidden for thousands of years. The inscriptions spoke of the Anunnaki as beings of immense power, who had come to Earth from the stars. They had created humanity as a slave race, but their rule had ended in a cataclysmic war. Before they departed, they left behind a relic, a device capable of unimaginable power. The temple was the key to finding it, but there was more. The texts mentioned a chosen one, a descendant of the Anunnaki, who alone could unlock the relic's secrets. Evelyn felt a shiver run down her spine as she read the final line. "The blood of the gods flows in the veins of the seeker." The next morning, Evelyn awoke to chaos. The camp was in disarray, equipment scattered, and the team in a panic. Amir rushed to her tent, his face pale. "They took it," he said breathlessly. "The tablet, it's gone." Evelyn's heart sank. She knew who was responsible. For months, she had been aware of a rival group, a shadowy organization known as the Order of Eridu. They were fanatics, obsessed with the Anunnaki, and determined to claim their power for themselves. Their leader, a man known only as Dr. Voss, was a former colleague of Evelyn's, a brilliant but ruthless scholar who had turned to the dark side of archaeology. "We have to find them," Evelyn said, her voice firm. "If they unlock the relic, it could mean disaster." With Amir by her side, Evelyn set out into the desert, following the trail left by the Order of Eridu. The journey was grueling, the scorching sun and endless dunes testing their resolve. But Evelyn was driven by more than just professional curiosity. There was something about the temple's inscriptions that had struck a chord deep within her, a sense of connection She couldn't explain. As they traveled, Evelyn began to experience strange visions, flashes of a world she had never seen, of towering cities and beings of light. She saw herself standing before the relic, her hands glowing with an otherworldly energy. The visions were accompanied by a voice, whispering in a language she didn't understand, but somehow knew was ancient Sumerian. After days of travel, they reached their destination, a hidden valley surrounded by jagged cliffs. At its center stood a massive stone structure, unlike anything Evelyn had ever seen. It was a ziggurat, but unlike the crumbling ruins of Mesopotamia, this one was pristine, its surface shimmering with a faint, golden light. The Order of Eridu was already there, their black-clad figures swarming the base of the ziggurat. Dr. Voss stood at the forefront, holding the stolen tablet aloft. He turned as Evelyn approached, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Ah, Dr. Carter," he said. "I was wondering when you'd show up. You always did have a knack for finding trouble." "This isn't a game, Voss," Evelyn snapped. "You have no idea what you're dealing with." "On the contrary," Voss replied, his eyes gleaming. "I know exactly what this is. The power of the Anunnaki, the power to reshape the world. And soon, it will be mine." Before Evelyn could respond, the ground beneath them began to tremble. The ziggurat surface lit up with glowing lines, forming intricate patterns that matched the inscriptions on the tablet. A low hum filled the air, growing louder and more intense. Evelyn felt a sudden, searing pain in her chest. She clutched at her heart, gasping as a wave of energy surged through her. Her vision blurred, and she saw herself standing before the ziggurat, her hands glowing with the same golden light as the structure. The voice in her head grew louder, clearer. "You are the chosen one," it said. "The blood of the Anunnaki flows within you." Evelyn's eyes snapped open. She understood now. The visions, the voice, the connection she had felt, it was all real. She was the descendant of the Anunnaki, the one destined to unlock the relic. But there was no time to process this revelation. The ziggurat's doors began to open, revealing a blinding light within. Voss and his men rushed forward, but Evelyn knew she had to stop them. She didn't know what the relic was or what it could do, but she couldn't let it fall into the wrong hands. With Amir at her side, she charged toward the ziggurat, determined to confront Voss and uncover the truth about her heritage. The fate of the world depended on it. The doors of the ziggurat groaned as they opened fully, revealing a corridor bathed in golden light. Evelyn hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside, Amir close behind her. The air was thick with an ancient energy, a hum that resonated in her bones. The walls were lined with more cuneiform inscriptions, glowing faintly, as if alive. She could feel the weight of history pressing down on her, the whispers of the Anunnaki echoing in her mind. Dr. Voss and his men were already ahead, their flashlights cutting through the dim light. Evelyn quickened her pace, her heart pounding. She couldn't let them reach the relic first. The corridor led to a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in shadow. At the center stood a pedestal, upon which rested an object that defied description. It was a sphere, but unlike any material Evelyn had ever seen. Its surface shimmered like liquid metal, swirling with colors that seemed to shift and change as she stared at it. This was the relic, the source of the Anunnaki's power. Voss stood before the pedestal, his hands outstretched, as if to touch the sphere. "At last," he murmured, his voice trembling with greed. "The power of the gods." "Don't!" Evelyn shouted, her voice echoing through the chamber. "You don't understand what you're dealing with." Voss turned to her, his eyes wild. "Oh, I understand perfectly, Dr. Carter. This is the key to ultimate power, the power to reshape the world. And it will be mine." Before Evelyn could react, Voss reached out and grasped the sphere. The moment his fingers touched it, the chamber erupted in light. A deafening roar filled the air, and the ground shook violently. Evelyn stumbled, shielding her eyes as the sphere began to pulse with energy. What's happening? Amir cried, his voice barely audible over the chaos. Evelyn's mind raced. The inscriptions in the temple had warned of this. The relic was not meant for human hands. Only the chosen one, a descendant of the Anunnaki, could wield its power without consequence. Voss had just unleashed something far beyond his control. The light from the sphere intensified, forming a swirling vortex above the pedestal. Evelyn felt a pull, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. She looked at Voss, who was now screaming, his body convulsing as the energy consumed him. His men fled in terror, but there was no escape. The vortex expanded, swallowing everything in its path. Evelyn knew she had to act. She stepped forward, her mind focused on the voice that had guided her here. "You are the chosen one," it had said. "The blood of the Anunnaki flows within you." She reached out toward the sphere, her hand trembling. The moment her fingers touched its surface, the chaos ceased. The vortex collapsed, the light dimmed, and the chamber fell silent. The sphere glowed softly in her hand, its energy now calm and controlled. Amir stared at her in awe. "Evelyn, what just happened?" She took a deep breath, her mind reeling. I don't know, but I think I've activated it." The sphere's surface rippled, and an image began to form a map, showing a location deep within the desert. Evelyn recognized it instantly. It was the same place she had seen in her visions, a city of light and towering spires. "This is where we need to go," she said, her voice steady. "The relic is leading us to the heart of the Anunnaki's power." But before they could move, a low growl echoed through the chamber. Evelyn turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows. It was humanoid, but unlike any human she had ever seen. Its skin was pale and shimmering, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. It was one of the Anunnaki, or at least what remained of one. "You have awakened the relic," the being said, its voice resonating in her mind. "But you are not ready to wield its power." Evelyn tightened her grip on the sphere. "Who are you?" "I am Enki," the being replied. "Once a guardian of this world, now a prisoner of time. The relic you hold is a fragment of our technology, a tool meant to guide and protect. But in the wrong hands, it is a weapon of unimaginable destruction." Evelyn's mind raced. Enki, the name was familiar. In Sumerian mythology, Enki was one of the chief gods, the bringer of knowledge and civilization. But this being before her was no myth. It was real, and it was warning her. "What do I need to do?" she asked. Enki's gaze softened. "You must journey to the city of Eridu, the first city built by the Anunnaki. There, you will find the answers you seek. But beware, the path is fraught with danger, and not all who seek the truth are worthy of it." With that, the being vanished, leaving Evelyn and Amir alone in the chamber. The sphere's glow dimmed, its map still hovering in the air. "Eridu," Amir said, his voice filled with wonder. "It's real. All this time we thought it was just a legend." Evelyn nodded. "But it's not just a city. It's the key to understanding the Anunnaki and our own history." As they left the ziggurat, Evelyn couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The desert stretched out before them, vast and unforgiving, but she knew they had no choice. The relic had chosen her, and she couldn't turn back now. The journey to Eridu would be perilous, but Evelyn was determined to see it through. She didn't know what awaited her in the city of the gods, but one thing was certain: the fate of the world depended on her success. Absolutely. Let's continue. The blood of the Anunnaki, delving deeper into Evelyn and Amir's journey to Eridu, the challenges they face, and the growing mystery of the Anunnaki's true purpose. I'll expand on the plot, introduce new obstacles, and further develop the characters and their relationships. The story will continue to build toward its climax, maintaining suspense and intrigue. The desert stretched endlessly before them, a sea of golden dunes under a blazing sun. Evelyn and Amir trudged forward, their supplies dwindling and the weight of the relic heavy in Evelyn's pack. The sphere's map had led them to a remote region of southern Iraq, a place where the sand seemed to swallow all traces of life. But Evelyn knew better. Beneath these sands lay the ruins of Eridu, the first city built by the Anunnaki. As they walked, Evelyn couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The desert had a way of playing tricks on the mind, but this was different. She felt a presence, something ancient and powerful, lurking just beyond the edge of her perception. The voice of Enki still echoed in her mind, a constant reminder of the stakes. "Do you think we're being followed?" Amir asked, his voice low. Evelyn glanced over her shoulder, scanning the horizon. "I don't know, but we can't afford to take any chances. The Order of Eridu won't give up easily." Amir nodded, his expression grim. "Do you really think we can trust this, Enki? What if it's a trap?" Evelyn hesitated. She had asked herself the same question countless times since leaving the ziggurat. Enki's warning had been clear, but his motives were shrouded in mystery. The Anunnaki were not gods to be trusted blindly. They were beings of immense power, with their own agenda. "I don't know," she admitted, "but we don't have a choice. The relic chose me for a reason. I have to see this through." As the sun began to set, they reached the edge of a vast depression in the desert. The sand gave way to cracked earth, and in the distance, they could see the faint outlines of ancient ruins. Eridu. The city was unlike anything Evelyn had ever seen. The ruins were massive, their architecture both familiar and alien. Towering ziggurats rose from the ground, their surfaces covered in intricate carvings of winged beings and celestial symbols. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, and the ground hummed with a faint, rhythmic vibration. "This is it," Evelyn whispered, her voice filled with awe. "The first city." They made their way into the ruins, the relic's glow intensifying as they approached the heart of the city. The carvings on the walls seemed to come alive as they passed, the figures of the Anunnaki moving and shifting as if telling a story. Evelyn paused to examine them, her mind racing to decipher their meaning. "This isn't just a city," she said, her voice trembling with excitement. "It's a record, a chronicle of the Anunnaki's time on Earth. Look here, this shows their arrival, their creation of humanity, and their eventual departure." Amir frowned. But why did they leave? If they were so powerful, why abandon their creation? Evelyn shook her head. "I don't know, but I think we're about to find out." As they reached the center of the city, they found themselves standing before a massive gate, its surface covered in glowing cuneiform inscriptions. The relic in Evelyn's pack began to pulse with energy, and she knew this was the place. The gate was the entrance to the heart of Eridu and the key to unlocking the Anunnaki's secrets. But before they could approach, a voice rang out behind them. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Evelyn spun around, her heart pounding. Standing before them was Dr. Voss, his face pale and his eyes burning with a feverish intensity. He was flanked by a dozen armed men, their weapons trained on Evelyn and Amir. "You," Evelyn spat, her voice filled with anger. "How did you survive?" Voss smirked. "The relic's energy was overwhelming, but I am not so easily defeated. And now, thanks to you, I have everything I need to claim its power." Evelyn's mind raced. She couldn't let Voss get his hands on the relic again. But before she could react, the ground beneath them began to shake. The gate's inscriptions flared to life, and a low hum filled the air. "What's happening?" Amir asked, his voice filled with panic. Evelyn didn't answer. She could feel the relic's energy surging, responding to the gate's activation. The air around them shimmered, and the figures of the Anunnaki on the walls seemed to step forward, their forms solidifying into living beings. Enki appeared before them, his glowing eyes fixed on Voss. "You have trespassed where you do not belong," he said, his voice resonating with power. "The relic is not yours to claim." Voss sneered. "I don't care about your rules. I will take what is mine." With a wave of his hand, Enki sent a blast of energy toward Voss, knocking him and his men to the ground. But Voss was not so easily defeated. He rose to his feet, his eyes blazing with determination. "You think you can stop me?" he shouted. "I will have the relic, and I will wield its power." Evelyn knew she had to act. She reached into her pack and pulled out the relic, its surface glowing brighter than ever. The gate's inscriptions flared in response, and the ground beneath them began to crack. "Amir, get back," she shouted. She stepped forward, holding the relic aloft. The energy surged through her, filling her with a power she could barely comprehend. She could feel the Anunnaki's presence all around her, their voices guiding her. "You are the chosen one," Enki said, his voice calm and steady. "Only you can unlock the gate and restore balance." Evelyn took a deep breath and placed the relic into a slot in the gate. The moment it clicked into place, the gate began to open, revealing a blinding light within. But as the light spilled out, Evelyn realized the truth. The gate was not just a doorway, it was a prison, and within it lay the true power of the Anunnaki, waiting to be unleashed. The gate's light was blinding, a cascade of golden energy that seemed to stretch into infinity. Evelyn shielded her eyes, her heart pounding as the relic's power surged through her. She could feel the Anunnaki's presence all around her, their voices whispering in a language that was both alien and familiar. The gate was not just a doorway, it was a threshold, a barrier between worlds. "Evelyn, what's happening?" Amir shouted, his voice barely audible over the hum of energy. "I don't know," she replied, her voice trembling. "But we need to move. Now!" She grabbed Amir's arm and pulled him through the gate, the light swallowing them whole. For a moment, everything was silent, still. Then, the world around them shifted, and they found themselves standing in a place that defied comprehension. It was a city, but unlike any city Evelyn had ever seen. The structures were impossibly tall, their surfaces shimmering with a metallic sheen. The air was filled with a soft, golden glow, and the ground beneath their feet pulsed with energy. This was Eridu, not the ruins they had left behind, but the city as it had been in its prime, a living testament to the Anunnaki's power. This can't be real," Amir whispered, his voice filled with awe. "It's real," Evelyn said, her own voice barely a whisper. "This is the heart of the Anunnaki's power. This is where it all began." As they stepped forward, the city seemed to come alive around them. Figures began to materialize, tall, luminous beings with glowing eyes and skin that shimmered like starlight. The Anunnaki. They moved with an otherworldly grace, their presence filling Evelyn with a sense of reverence and fear. One of the beings stepped forward, its gaze fixed on Evelyn. "You have come far, chosen one," it said, its voice resonating in her mind. "But the journey is not yet complete." "Who are you?" Evelyn asked, her voice trembling. "I am Enlil," the being replied, "brother to Enki and guardian of this realm. You have unlocked the gate, but the true test lies ahead." Before Evelyn could respond, a deafening roar echoed through the city. She turned to see Dr. Voss stumbling through the gate, his face twisted with rage. The relic's energy had clearly taken its toll on him. His skin was pale and cracked, his eyes burning with a feverish light. "You think you can stop me?" he shouted, his voice echoing through the city. "I will have the relic's power, no matter the cost." Enlil stepped forward, his expression calm but stern. "You are not worthy of this power. Your greed has blinded you, and now you threaten the balance of worlds." Voss laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "Balance? I don't care about balance. I care about power, and I will take it." With a wave of his hand, Enlil sent a blast of energy toward Voss, but the man was ready. He raised a device, a strange, metallic contraption that pulsed with the same energy as the relic. The blast dissipated harmlessly, and Voss smirked. "You think I came unprepared?" he sneered. "I've studied the Anunnaki for years. I know your weaknesses." Evelyn's mind raced. Voss was more dangerous than she had realized. He had somehow harnessed the relic's energy, using it to shield himself from the Anunnaki's power. If he reached the heart of the city, there was no telling what he might do. "We have to stop him," she said, turning to Amir. "If he gets to the relic's source, he could destroy everything." Amir nodded, his expression grim. "But how? We're no match for him." Evelyn looked down at the relic in her hands, its surface glowing softly. She could feel its power, a steady hum that seemed to resonate with her very soul. The Anunnaki had chosen her for a reason. She was the key to stopping Voss. "I have an idea," she said, her voice steady, "but I need your help." Together, they raced through the city, following the path of glowing symbols that led to its heart. The Anunnaki watched silently, their luminous forms flickering like stars. Evelyn could feel their presence guiding her, their voices whispering in her mind. "The blood of the Anunnaki flows within you," Enki's voice echoed. "You are the bridge between worlds." As they reached the center of the city, they found themselves standing before a massive structure, a towering spire that pulsed with golden light. At its base was a pedestal, identical to the one in the ziggurat. This was the source of the relic's power. Voss was already there, his hands outstretched, as if to claim the spire's energy. Evelyn knew she had to act fast. She placed the relic into the pedestal, the sphere clicking into place with a soft hum. The spire's light intensified, and the ground beneath them began to shake. Voss turned to her, his eyes wide with fury. "What have you done?" he shouted. "I've done what you couldn't," Evelyn replied, her voice filled with determination. "I've restored balance." The spire's energy surged, enveloping Voss in a blinding light. He screamed, his body convulsing as the energy consumed him. For a moment, his form seemed to dissolve, his essence merging with the light. Then, with a final deafening roar, he was gone. The city fell silent, the spire's light dimming to a soft glow. Evelyn sank to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion. Amir knelt beside her, his hand on her shoulder. "Is it over?" he asked, his voice filled with awe. Evelyn looked up at the spire, its surface now calm and steady. "I think so. The relic's power is stable. The balance has been restored." Enlil appeared before them, his expression one of quiet approval. "You have done well, chosen one. The relic's power is safe, and the threat has been neutralized." Evelyn nodded, her mind still reeling from everything that had happened. "But what now? What happens to the relic? To this place?" Enlil's gaze softened. "The relic will remain here, guarded by the Anunnaki. As for you, you have fulfilled your destiny. The blood of the Anunnaki flows within you, and you are forever connected to this realm. But your place is in the world of men. Go and share the knowledge you have gained." With that, the city began to fade, the golden light dissolving into darkness. Evelyn and Amir found themselves standing once more in the ruins of Eridu, the relic's glow now a faint memory. The desert was silent, the ruins of Eridu bathed in the soft light of the rising moon. Evelyn and Amir stood amidst the ancient stones, the weight of their journey pressing heavily on their shoulders. The relic was gone, its power sealed away in the heart of the Anunnaki's realm, but the echoes of what they had experienced lingered in their minds. Evelyn knelt, running her fingers over the cracked earth. The city of Eridu, once a place of wonder and terror, now felt like a distant dream. Yet the connection she had felt to the Anunnaki, to Enki and Enlil, was still there, a quiet hum in the back of her mind. "What do we do now?" Amir asked, breaking the silence. His voice was soft, almost reverent, as if afraid to disturb the stillness of the desert. Evelyn stood, brushing the sand from her hands. "We go back," she said. "We share what we've learned. The world deserves to know the truth about the Anunnaki, about who we are and where we came from." Amir frowned. "Do you think they'll believe us? I mean, this is unbelievable." Evelyn smiled faintly. "Maybe not at first. But the evidence is here. The ruins, the inscriptions, the relics, it's all real. And if we can prove it, we can change everything." As they made their way back to civilization, Evelyn couldn't shake the feeling that their journey wasn't truly over. The Anunnaki had called her the Chosen One, a bridge between worlds. But what did that mean for her future? Was she destined to remain connected to their realm, Or was her role fulfilled now that the relic was safe? The questions haunted her, even as they returned to the bustling streets of Baghdad. The world seemed so ordinary now, so mundane compared to the wonders she had witnessed. But Evelyn knew that the ordinary world was where she belonged, at least for now. Weeks turned into months, as Evelyn and Amir worked tirelessly to document their findings. They published papers, gave lectures, and even collaborated with other archaeologists and historians to piece together the full story of the Anunnaki. The academic world was skeptical at first, but the evidence was undeniable. The ruins of Eridu, the inscriptions, and the accounts of their journey all pointed to one conclusion: humanity's origins were far more complex and far more extraordinary than anyone had imagined. Evelyn became a figure of both admiration and controversy. Some hailed her as a visionary, a pioneer who had uncovered the greatest archaeological discovery of all time. Others dismissed her as a fraud, a storyteller who had fabricated an elaborate hoax. But Evelyn didn't care about the critics. She knew the truth, and that was enough. Amir, ever the loyal friend, stood by her side through it all. Together, they continued to explore the mysteries of the Anunnaki, uncovering new clues and piecing together the fragments of their ancient legacy. But as the months passed, Evelyn began to feel a growing restlessness, a sense that her journey was far from over. One night, as Evelyn sat in her study, surrounded by books and artifacts, she felt it a faint pull, like a whisper, in the back of her mind. She closed her eyes, focusing on the sensation, and the voice of Enki returned. The balance has been restored, but the connection remains, it said. You are the bridge, the chosen one. Your journey is not yet complete. Evelyn's heart raced. What do you mean? What more do I need to do? The Anunnaki's legacy is vast, and their secrets are many. There are other relics, other gateways, waiting to be discovered. You must continue to seek the truth, for the sake of both worlds. Evelyn opened her eyes, her mind buzzing with questions. She knew what she had to do. The Anunnaki had given her a purpose, a mission that went beyond the confines of academia. She was the chosen one, and her journey was far from over. The next morning, Evelyn packed her bags and prepared to leave. Amir found her in the study, a map spread out on the table before her. Where are you going? He asked, his voice filled with concern. Evelyn looked up, her eyes shining with determination. There's more out there, Amir. Other relics, other gateways. The Anunnaki's legacy isn't just in Eridu, it's scattered across the world, and I need to find it. Amir hesitated, then nodded. Then I'm coming with you. Evelyn smiled, grateful for his unwavering support. Together, they set out on a new journey, one that would take them to the farthest corners of the earth in search of the Anunnaki's secrets. Their travels led them to ancient sites across the globe, from the pyramids of Egypt to the temples of India, from the ruins of Mesoamerica to the caves of Tibet. Each place held a piece of the puzzle, a fragment of the Anunnaki's legacy. And with each discovery, Evelyn felt the connection to the Anunnaki grow stronger. But the final revelation came in a place she least expected, a hidden chamber beneath the Sphinx in Giza. There, they found another relic, identical to the one they had encountered in Eridu. As Evelyn placed it into its pedestal, the chamber filled with light, and the voice of Enki returned. You have done well, chosen one, it said. The relics are now united, and the balance is secure. But remember, the power of the Anunnaki is not meant to be wielded by mortals. It is a gift, a reminder of our shared origins. Use it wisely. Evelyn nodded, tears streaming down her face. She understood now. The Anunnaki were not gods to be worshipped or feared, they were teachers, guides who had shaped humanity's destiny. And now, it was up to her to carry on their legacy. Evelyn and Amir returned to the world, their lives forever changed by what they had experienced. They continued their work, sharing the knowledge they had gained and inspiring others to seek the truth. But Evelyn knew that her journey was far from over. The Anunnaki's legacy was vast, and there were still mysteries waiting to be uncovered. As she stood beneath the stars one night, Evelyn felt a sense of peace. She was the chosen one, the bridge between worlds. And though the road ahead was uncertain, she knew that she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The blood of the Anunnaki flowed within her, and their legacy was hers to protect. Story 2: The Lost Pyramid. Dr. Ethan Caldwell sat hunched over a weathered map in the dimly lit office, his fingers tracing the lines of ancient ink, as though the map itself held the answers to questions that had plagued him for years. The map, he knew, was not just a relic of some forgotten past. It was a key to something far greater, something that could reshape everything the world thought it knew about history. In the margins, faded symbols and strange markings hinted at an age-old truth buried beneath the unforgiving sands of the Gobi Desert. It had taken him years to track down this map. Years of failed academic endeavors, years of dismissals from his peers who claimed his obsession with ancient mysteries was more fantasy than fact. But the symbols, those ancient marks, were not the kind that could be dismissed as mere folklore. They pointed to something tangible, something real. A pyramid, older than anything the world had ever known, buried somewhere in the desert's vast expanse. The weight of his discovery hung heavily on his shoulders, yet a part of him still hesitated. For years he had chased after myths, the legendary tombs of kings, the treasures of lost civilizations, but each time there had been nothing. Each time his hope had been shattered by the harsh realities of archaeology. This, however, felt different. This wasn't a myth. This was a truth waiting to be unearthed, and he had to be the one to uncover it. Outside the window, the cold night air pressed against the glass, and a faint flicker of light from the street lamp below cast eerie shadows across his office. The sudden, sharp knock at the door broke the silence. "Come in," Ethan called, his voice barely above a whisper, as he looked at the map one last time. The door creaked open, and in walked a figure he knew well, Dr. Alina Volkova, an archaeologist from Moscow whose expertise in ancient languages and symbols had saved Ethan more times than he cared to admit. Alina's sharp eyes immediately locked onto the map spread across the desk. "You found it, didn't you?" she asked, her voice laced with both awe and curiosity. Ethan nodded, tapping the edge of the map with his finger. "This is it. The pyramid. It's real." Alina's gaze lingered on the map, and a quiet smile played on her lips, though there was an edge of uncertainty beneath it. "You know what this means, right?" she asked, though the question was rhetorical. They both understood the implications of such a discovery. A pyramid older than the Great Pyramids of Egypt, older than anything in recorded history. "And you also know what it means for us," Ethan added, turning his chair slightly to face her. "I'm sure Celine will be all over this, just like she was with the last excavation." Mentioning Celine Greer was like adding fuel to a flame. Celine was one of Ethan's greatest rivals, an archaeologist in her own right, but with a taste for fame and a less than noble view of ancient discoveries. She believed in bending history to suit her own narrative, willing to do whatever it took to keep the secrets of the past from being exposed. Ethan had crossed paths with her more times than he cared to count, and each encounter had left him with a bitter taste in his mouth. "She'll want the pyramid for herself," Alina replied, her voice hardening with a hint of warning. "We can't let her get her hands on it first. If she's after this, she's after much more than treasure," Ethan interrupted. "She's after power. We both know that." Alina looked out the window, as if contemplating their next move. The Gobi Desert was a vast and dangerous place, full of mysteries that no one had ever fully explored. The harsh environment, combined with the isolation, made it the perfect place to hide something ancient, something that could change the course of history. "We'll need help," Alina finally said, turning back to Ethan. "Someone who knows the desert better than anyone." Ethan nodded. He'd already thought of the one person they needed, Raphael Cruz. The following morning, Ethan and Alina boarded the plane to Mongolia, their minds focused on what lay ahead. They would meet Raphael in Ulaanbaatar, and from there, they would journey into the heart of the Gobi Desert. But even as they flew, A sense of unease settled over Ethan. There was something about this expedition, something far bigger than a simple archaeological dig. He couldn't shake the feeling that the pyramid was more than just a forgotten structure. It was a warning, a trap, and whoever reached it first might not return. When they landed, the weather was cooler than expected, and a sharp wind blew through the city, carrying with it the scent of the desert. It was a stark contrast to the bustling city streets of Ulaanbaatar. After securing their gear, they traveled by jeep to meet Raphael, a local guide who had been part of many expeditions into the desert. Raphael Cruz was a man of few words, tall, with tanned skin that had been weathered by years of desert sun. His eyes were sharp and observant, yet there was something mysterious about him. A local legend surrounded his family, one that said they had been guarding the desert's secrets for generations, though no one was quite sure how much of it was true. He greeted them with a nod, his gravelly voice low as he spoke. "You want to go to the pyramid, eh? You know the desert isn't kind to those who seek what's buried beneath it. Many have tried and failed. We're not just looking for treasure," Ethan replied. "We're looking for the truth." Raphael eyed him carefully, as if measuring the sincerity in his words. "Truth is hard to find out here, but I'll help you. For a price." Ethan and Alina exchanged a glance. They both knew the stakes were high, and they also knew the journey would be dangerous. But nothing in their lives had ever felt so important. "Let's go," Ethan said, determination settling in his chest. Time to uncover history. As they drove further into the desert, the vast emptiness seemed to swallow them whole. The sun beat down mercilessly on the barren landscape, the only sound the crunch of the tires against the sand. Yet despite the harsh conditions, Ethan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The desert was both beautiful and cruel, a land that had guarded its secrets for millennia. Little did they know, they weren't the only ones searching for the pyramid. The days in the desert passed by in a blur of heat, dust, and unrelenting winds. Ethan, Alina, and Raphael pushed forward, their determination never wavering. The Gobi Desert, with its towering dunes and vast, desolate emptiness, seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. There were no markers, no signs to guide them, only the map, ancient and fraying at the edges, which they had painstakingly followed with every step. Raphael was invaluable, leading them through the harsh terrain with ease, his deep knowledge of the desert clear in every decision he made. He knew when to rest, when to push forward, and, most importantly, when to listen to the wind, which, he claimed, carried the whispers of the past. At first, Ethan and Alina had dismissed his strange comments as superstition, but the more time they spent with him, the more they began to wonder. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sand, Raphael stopped abruptly, holding up a hand to signal them to be silent. The wind howled around them, shifting the dunes, but Raphael's eyes were fixed on something in the distance. "There," he said softly, his voice a mixture of reverence and caution. Following his gaze, Ethan squinted into the fading light. At first he saw nothing but the endless sand, but then, just as Raphael had said, something appeared, an outline against the dusky sky, faint but unmistakable. It was a structure angular, towering, with jagged edges that stood in stark contrast to the soft curves of the dunes. "The pyramid," Ethan whispered, his heart racing in his chest. It was more magnificent than he could have ever imagined. The outline was partially buried, as if the desert itself had been trying to reclaim it, but there was no mistaking its form. This was no natural rock formation, it was man-made, and it was ancient. But as the pyramid loomed closer, an uneasy feeling settled over Ethan. There was something unsettling about it, something beyond the mystery of its age. The air seemed heavier here, as if the desert itself held its breath, waiting for something to happen. "We should camp here tonight," Raphael suggested, his tone grave. "The pyramid is not meant to be disturbed lightly. We need to approach it with respect." Ethan nodded, though his mind raced with questions. What lay inside the pyramid? Why had it been hidden for so long? And why did it feel as though the very air around them was charged with a strange energy? As they set up camp for the night, the fire crackled, its light flickering against the darkened sky. The stars above were clearer here, far from the lights of civilization, and the silence of the desert felt almost otherworldly. But Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. A figure appeared out of the shadows, moving silently, almost as if they were a part of the desert itself. At first, Ethan thought it was one of his team members, but the silhouette was unfamiliar, tall, cloaked, and silent. The figure paused at the edge of their campfire, its eyes hidden beneath the hood of the cloak. "Who's there?" Ethan called out, his voice cutting through the stillness. The figure didn't respond, but stepped forward, revealing a face half hidden in shadow. The eyes that met Ethan's were unnervingly calm, yet there was a flicker of something ancient in them, something that suggested this person knew more about the pyramid than they were letting on. "I've been waiting for you," the figure finally spoke, their voice soft, yet strangely powerful. Ethan felt a chill run down his spine. "Who are you?" The figure tilted their head, as if considering the question. "I am called many things. Some call me the Watcher." "The Watcher?" Alina repeated, exchanging a glance with Ethan. "What do you want?" The Watcher didn't answer immediately. Instead, they stepped closer to the fire, their cloak shifting in the wind. They were tall, with a presence that seemed to command the desert itself. "I want what you seek," the Watcher said. "The pyramid." Ethan's pulse quickened. This was no coincidence. Whoever this person was, they had been waiting for them. "Why?" Ethan asked, his voice steady despite the unease bubbling inside him. "Because the pyramid holds secrets that should remain buried," the Watcher replied, their gaze unwavering. "You are not meant to uncover what lies within. The power it holds is not for mortals." Ethan felt a surge of defiance rise within him. "We're not here for power. We're here for knowledge, history, truth." The Watcher's lips curled into a smile that was both enigmatic and unsettling. "You cannot separate the truth from the power it holds," they said. "You do not understand what you are about to disturb. The pyramid is not just a tomb. It is a warning." A cold wind swept through the camp, sending a shiver down Ethan's spine. The Watcher's words echoed in his mind, lingering like a shadow. They weren't just warning him about a physical danger, they were warning him about something far more ancient, something beyond the comprehension of those who had walked the earth for millennia. "We don't have a choice," Alina said quietly, her voice tense. "We have to go inside. We've come too far." The Watcher looked at her, their eyes narrowing as if weighing her words. "Then you will learn the truth. But know this, there are consequences for tampering with what is not meant to be touched." Ethan felt a knot form in his stomach. This wasn't just about uncovering a lost civilization anymore. This was about something far more dangerous, something tied to forces beyond their understanding. "We'll take our chances," Ethan said, his voice firm, though doubt gnawed at him. The Watcher remained silent for a moment before nodding slowly. "Very well. But remember, when you disturb the past disturbs you." And with that, the figure turned, vanishing into the shadows of the desert, as if they had never been there at all. The fire crackled in the silence that followed, and Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The desert seemed even more vast, more ancient now. The pyramid, just beyond the edge of their camp, loomed larger in his mind, a beacon that beckoned them into the unknown. "Who was that?" Alina asked, her voice low. "I don't know," Ethan replied, though he had an unsettling feeling that the Watcher wasn't just a stranger. They were a warning. He stared into the darkened desert, the wind picking up, whispering ancient secrets that no one had ever meant to hear. They would enter the pyramid tomorrow. But now, more than ever, Ethan was certain that the truth they sought would come at a cost. The night passed slowly, the eerie stillness of the desert pressing in on them from all sides. Ethan lay awake long after the others had fallen asleep, staring up at the stars. The silence was broken only by the occasional rustling of sand as the wind swept across the dunes. The pyramid, just out of sight beyond their camp, seemed to grow larger in his mind. The watcher's cryptic warning echoed in his ears. When you disturb the past disturbs you. What did that mean? Was the pyramid truly a warning, as the watcher had claimed? Or was it merely a symbol of lost history, waiting to be uncovered by those brave enough to seek it? Alina stirred in her sleep beside him, her breathing steady. Raphael, sitting by the fire with his back to the flames, seemed lost in thought, his eyes scanning the horizon. Ethan knew that despite the danger, they had no choice but to press forward. The pyramid was too significant to ignore, and he was determined to uncover its secrets. When the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, casting long shadows across the desert, Ethan rose to his feet. The air was cooler now, the oppressive heat of the desert morning not yet upon them. Alina and Raphael were already awake, packing their things. They exchanged no words, but there was an unspoken understanding between them. Today, they would face whatever lay inside the pyramid. They trekked across the sand in silence, the pyramid rising before them like a forgotten titan, half buried and yet undeniably present. Its edges were jagged, as though the sands themselves had clawed at it, seeking to swallow it whole. But no matter how much the desert tried, the pyramid endured. Raphael stopped several paces away from the entrance and turned to face them. His expression was grim. "This is where we part ways." Ethan frowned. "What do you mean?" Raphael's gaze shifted to the entrance of the pyramid, his eyes narrowing. "There's a reason no one has ever returned from here. The desert doesn't give up its secrets easily. I've guided you here, but I won't go any further." Alina stepped forward, her voice calm but firm. "We need you, Raphael. You know the desert better than anyone." Raphael shook his head. "It's not the desert I'm afraid of. It's the pyramid. It's not meant for us." Ethan could sense the unease in his voice, the fear that had crept into the seasoned guide's eyes. For the first time, Raphael seemed unsure, and that only made the weight of their task feel heavier. "We'll be fine," Ethan said, his voice more convincing than he felt. "We have to do this." Raphael didn't respond. Instead, he turned and began walking back toward the camp, his silhouette fading into the desert as if he were already part of it. Ethan watched him go, a lingering sense of doubt settling over him. Raphael was right about one thing: the pyramid wasn't meant for them. But that was exactly why they had to uncover its secrets. The world deserved to know the truth. Alina clapped Ethan on the shoulder, her voice steady despite the uncertainty in her eyes. "Let's go." Together, they approached the entrance of the pyramid. The stone doorway loomed above them, dark and foreboding. Carved symbols adorned the walls, twisted shapes that seemed to dance and shift in the light, as though the pyramid itself was alive. Ethan felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end as they stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the unknown. Inside, the air was cool, the temperature dropping significantly as they moved deeper into the pyramid. The walls were covered in ancient carvings, depicting scenes of rituals, celestial alignments, and strange, otherworldly figures that seemed to watch them as they passed. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, as though the weight of history itself was pressing down on them. Alina reached out, her fingers brushing against one of the carvings. "These symbols, they're unlike anything I've ever seen." Ethan nodded, his eyes scanning the walls. "It's almost as if they're warning us, or guiding us." The hallway they followed seemed to stretch on forever, its winding path twisting in unexpected directions. Every corner they turned seemed to lead them deeper into the heart of the pyramid. The further they went, the more the air seemed charged with an unnatural energy, a presence that felt both ancient and alive. Finally, they reached a large chamber. At the center of the room stood a massive stone altar, covered in dust and faded markings. The chamber was illuminated by a soft, eerie glow that seemed to emanate from the altar itself, casting long shadows across the walls. As they stepped closer, Ethan's heart skipped a beat. On the altar lay a strange device, unlike anything he had ever seen. It was a complex arrangement of metal and stone, covered in intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. It was the source of the glow, the heart of the pyramid's power. "This is it," Ethan whispered. "This is what the Watcher was warning us about." Alina stepped forward, her eyes wide with awe and fear. "What is it?" Ethan reached out, hesitating for just a moment before placing his hand on the device. The moment his fingers made contact, the pyramid seemed to tremble, as though it were coming to life. The walls shook, and a low, rumbling sound filled the chamber, reverberating through the stone. The device glowed brighter, and the carvings on the walls seemed to shift, changing before their eyes. Alina stepped back, fear in her eyes. "Ethan, what have you done?" Before he could respond, a voice boomed from the shadows, cutting through the rumbling of the pyramid. "You shouldn't have touched it." The voice was deep, echoing throughout the chamber, its tone a mixture of authority and warning. It was as though the very stones of the pyramid were speaking, their words an ancient, malevolent force. Ethan and Alina both froze, their eyes wide, scanning the room for the source of the voice, but there was no one there. The air around them thickened, pressing in like a physical force. The walls trembled, and the eerie glow of the device pulsed in rhythm with the pounding of Ethan's heart. "Who's there?" Ethan called, his voice barely audible over the growing rumble of the pyramid. His hand instinctively moved away from the device, but the damage was already done. A figure stepped from the shadows at the far end of the chamber, tall and cloaked in dark robes. The figure's face was obscured by a hood, but Ethan could sense the weight of centuries in their presence, an ageless being, more ancient than anything he had ever encountered. "I warned you," the figure said, their voice smooth, like silk over gravel. "The power you have awakened was never meant to be wielded by mortals." Ethan's pulse quickened, his breath catching in his throat. "Who are you?" The figure did not immediately respond, but instead walked slowly toward them, each step seeming to resonate with the vibrations of the pyramid. As they moved closer, the strange carvings on the walls seemed to shimmer, almost alive, as though reacting to the figure's presence. "I am the Guardian," the figure said, their voice now a whisper, though it carried an undeniable weight. "I am the keeper of what lies beneath." "The Guardian?" Alina repeated, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Of what?" The figure's hand rose, and with a single motion, the rumbling of the pyramid seemed to subside, replaced by an eerie silence. The glow of the device flickered, but it didn't fade. Instead, it seemed to pulse, more intensely now, casting long shadows across the stone chamber. "You have disturbed the balance," the figure continued, their voice growing more intense. "This pyramid was not built to hold treasure, nor was it meant to house your curiosity. It was built to contain something far greater, something far more dangerous." Ethan stepped forward, his heart racing. "What is it? What are we dealing with here?" The figure paused for a moment, as if considering the weight of their answer. "You call it a pyramid," they said, their voice growing colder. "But it is far more than that. It is a seal one that has bound an ancient power for thousands of years, a power that, if unleashed, could change the course of history. But once it is released, there is no turning back." The air grew colder still, the temperature dropping noticeably as if the very atmosphere around them was reacting to the truth of the figure's words. The chamber seemed to close in, the walls pressing inward, and a feeling of dread washed over Ethan. This was not just an archaeological site, it was a prison. Alina's voice broke the silence, quiet but urgent. "What are we supposed to do? How do we stop it?" The figure's gaze shifted to Alina, and their lips curled into something that almost resembled a smile, though it was far from reassuring. "You cannot stop it. The moment you touch the device, the seal was broken. Now the past will come for you." A deep, unnatural growl echoed from somewhere deep within the pyramid, reverberating through the stone. It sounded like a creature awakening from a long, restless slumber, something that had been bound by this pyramid's ancient power. Ethan's mind raced. He had to think fast, but the fear that was creeping into his chest was paralyzing. "What happens now?" he asked, trying to steady his breath. The figure turned their gaze back to the device on the altar. "Now, the force that has been sealed away for millennia will rise, and you will be its first witnesses." Suddenly, the stone beneath their feet began to crack, a deep rumbling shaking the chamber once more. The walls seemed to pulse in sync with the growing sound. Then, from the center of the altar, a blinding light erupted, illuminating the chamber in an ethereal glow. The carvings on the walls shifted violently, the once static images now twisting and writhing, as if alive. Ethan's vision blurred as the air became thick with energy, dangerous, raw, untamed. "No," Alina cried, her voice straining as she backed away from the altar. "We have to leave. This is madness." But it was too late. The light from the altar intensified, enveloping the entire chamber, until Ethan and Alina could no longer see anything but the overwhelming brightness. And then, in an instant, the light snapped out of existence, leaving only an eerie, unsettling darkness in its wake. For a moment, there was silence. Then, from the shadows, something emerged, something unlike anything Ethan had ever seen. It was humanoid, but twisted, its form shifting and flickering like a mirage. Its skin was pale and cracked, like ancient stone, and its eyes glowed with an unnatural, fiery light. It was as if the pyramid itself had come to life, its long-forgotten occupant now free, its power unleashed. The creature let out a low, rumbling growl, its gaze fixed on Ethan and Alina. "You have broken the seal," it hissed, its voice like grinding stone, "and now you will pay the price." The creature's eyes glowed with a malevolent fire, burning through the darkness like twin stars in a void. Its body flickered in and out of visibility, as though it were shifting between dimensions. It was humanoid in shape, but far from human in its movements and presence. Its limbs stretched unnaturally, its skin cracked like ancient stone, and its mouth opened in a terrifying grin, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth that gleamed in the dim light of the chamber. Ethan's heart raced in his chest, a mixture of fear and awe flooding his body. This was no myth, no story to entertain the curious. This was something ancient, something that had been waiting for this very moment to return. The pyramid wasn't just a tomb. It was a prison for a creature born of darkness and forgotten power. Alina stepped back, her eyes wide with terror. What is it?" Ethan swallowed hard, his voice barely a whisper. "I think it's the creature the pyramid was built to contain. It's one of the ancient ones." The creature's lips twisted into a cruel smile as it took a slow, deliberate step toward them, its movements unnervingly graceful, despite its monstrous form. Each step it took seemed to echo through the chamber, reverberating off the stone walls, as though the very foundations of the pyramid were shaking with its power. "You should not have come," the creature hissed, its voice like the scraping of rocks against one another. "You should not have disturbed what has been buried for eons." Ethan tried to steady his breathing, his mind racing for a plan, a way to stop it. But the reality of their situation was sinking in. They were trapped. The pyramid was too deep in the desert for anyone to hear them, and the creature standing before them had been released from its ancient prison. The only thing standing between them and certain death was the device on the altar. Alina backed away from the creature, but Ethan held his ground. He wasn't sure if it was bravery or sheer desperation, but he had no intention of dying here, not like this. "I didn't come here to release this thing," Ethan said, his voice stronger than he felt. "We came to uncover the truth." The creature's eyes gleamed with amusement, though the malice beneath its gaze was undeniable. "Truth? The truth is that you have unleashed a force beyond your understanding, a force that will destroy everything in its path." It took another step forward, its form flickering with the energy of the pyramid, growing larger, more menacing. Ethan could feel the weight of its power pressing against him, a pressure in the air so thick that it was almost suffocating. "Stop!" Alina shouted, her voice frantic. "We need to get out of here, Ethan." Now, but Ethan's gaze was fixed on the altar, where the device still hummed with that strange, ethereal energy. It was the key. It had to be. He couldn't just run. He couldn't leave this creature free to wreak havoc. There had to be a way to stop it. He had to finish what he started. In that moment, the creature lunged forward with inhuman speed, its form blurring as it moved toward Ethan and Alina. The ground shook beneath their feet, and the walls of the pyramid groaned, as though it too was being torn apart by the force of the creature's release. Without thinking, Ethan dove toward the altar, his hands reaching for the device. The creature's presence loomed behind him, but he couldn't look back. His fingers brushed the cold surface of the device, and with a shock, it seemed to respond to his touch. The glow intensified, and the carvings on the walls shifted once more. The rumbling beneath their feet grew louder, and Ethan could feel the very heart of the pyramid trembling with the power that had been set loose. For a split second, time seemed to freeze. The creature paused, its glowing eyes narrowing. Then, it spoke again, its voice filled with a twisted satisfaction. "You cannot control it. It will consume you. And then, I will be free." But Ethan, driven by instinct and desperation, gripped the device tighter, his mind racing through every fragment of knowledge he had accumulated over the years. The ancient texts, the symbols on the map, the warnings from the Watcher, it all clicked into place. The device wasn't just a key to unlocking the pyramid. It was a countermeasure, a way to seal the creature back inside. It had to be. "Alina," Ethan shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Get back! It's the only way to stop it." Alina didn't hesitate. She turned and sprinted toward the far side of the chamber, her eyes wide with fear. The creature let out a shriek, its form flickering violently as it surged toward Ethan, but he was already twisting the device, pressing it into a hidden indentation on the altar. With a violent jolt, the pyramid seemed to come alive. The walls shook so violently that stones began to fall from the ceiling. The device in Ethan's hands hummed louder, the light from within it blinding as it spread across the chamber. The creature screeched in pain, its form distorting, as though it were being torn apart from the inside. Ethan's hands shook, but he didn't let go. He couldn't. The pyramid was fighting back, resisting, but Ethan refused to stop. Suddenly, with a final, earth-shattering roar, the creature exploded in a burst of light and energy, sending a shockwave through the pyramid. The chamber trembled, the walls cracking, as the air itself seemed to warp and bend around them. And then, just as quickly as it had all begun, it was over. The pyramid fell silent. The creature was gone. The device in Ethan's hands had stopped glowing, and the pyramid seemed to settle, as though it had returned to its slumber. But the damage had been done. The pyramid was not the same. The power that had once been contained within it had been set free, and though the creature was gone, its presence lingered in the very air. Ethan and Alina stood in the aftermath, panting, covered in dust and sweat, their eyes wide with shock. They had survived, but the cost had been high. The pyramid, now cracked and broken, no longer held its secrets. The world would never be the same again. But as Ethan looked around at the destruction they had caused, he realized the truth of the Watcher's warning. They had disturbed the past, and the past, it seemed, had disturbed them in return. Ethan's chest rose and fell with the rapid beats of his heart, the adrenaline still surging through him as the pyramid settled back into an unnatural silence. His hands were trembling, still gripping the now dead device on the altar, but his mind felt numb. What had just happened? Had they truly unleashed something that ancient, something powerful enough to alter everything they knew about the world? Alina was still by the far wall, her face pale as she wiped the sweat from her brow, her eyes darting around the ruined chamber. The pyramid's ancient stone walls were cracked, parts of the ceiling had caved in, and the once glowing symbols had faded into nothing but shadows. The energy that had flooded the room moments before had dissipated, leaving behind only the eerie calm that followed a great storm. We did it," Alina said, her voice barely more than a whisper, as though she were unsure if she should believe the words coming from her own mouth. Ethan could barely bring himself to respond. He nodded, though it felt hollow. They had stopped the creature, but had they truly sealed it away? Or had they just set something else in motion? "There's no telling what's happened now," Ethan said, his voice hoarse. "That thing, it was tied to this place. But what happens when something that old and that powerful is freed, even for a moment?" Alina shook her head, her eyes distant. "It's not over, is it?" Ethan swallowed hard. "No, I don't think it is." There was no time for reflection now. No time to pause and try to make sense of the overwhelming reality of what they had just experienced. They had disturbed the pyramid, and the consequences were still unfolding. The desert around them, the vast, desolate Gobi, had kept its secrets for thousands of years, and now there was no telling what the repercussions would be. A sudden rustle of sand from the entrance caught Ethan's attention. He spun around, his heart leaping into his throat, but there was nothing there. No creature, no ghostly figure lurking in the shadows, just the quiet of the desert outside. "Ethan, we need to leave," Alina said, her voice urgent. She was already moving toward the entrance, her movements quick and deliberate. "This place is collapsing. It's not safe anymore." He hesitated for only a moment before following her, pushing aside the growing unease that had settled in his gut. They had only just escaped with their lives. They had to leave. There was no reason to tempt fate any longer. They stepped into the dim light of the corridor that led out of the chamber, the walls still vibrating faintly beneath their feet. The device they had tampered with, whatever it had done to the pyramid. Whatever consequences it had triggered was now part of the pyramid's legacy, as dangerous as it was mysterious. The air outside was cool, a stark contrast to the stifling heat of the chamber, and as Ethan and Alina emerged from the pyramid's entrance, the full scope of their situation hit them. The desert stretched endlessly before them, the sand shifting in the wind, the sun setting low on the horizon, casting a red glow over the desolate landscape. But there was something else, something different. Ethan froze, his eyes scanning the distant dunes. The horizon seemed to shimmer not the heat from the sun, but something more, something unnatural. "There's a storm coming," Alina said, her voice grim as she followed Ethan's gaze. "But not like any storm I've seen before." Ethan's stomach twisted. "That's not a storm." The sky above seemed to darken, the winds picking up as the ground beneath their feet trembled once more. The energy from the pyramid had not been contained. It was spreading, and they could feel it now, deep in their bones. "We need to get out of here," Ethan said, his voice urgent. "Now." But even as they turned to make their way back to the jeep, the ground seemed to shift beneath them. The earth cracked open, and from the depths of the desert, a low, rumbling sound echoed, growing louder and louder, until it felt like the desert itself was coming to life. The air around them felt charged with electricity, a palpable tension that made every hair on their bodies stand on end. And then, through the sand and dust, they saw it. A figure appeared, tall and dark, a silhouette against the darkening sky. The wind howled around them, but the figure didn't move. It simply stood there, staring at them with eyes that gleamed like embers. "The Watcher," Alina whispered, her voice filled with disbelief. Ethan couldn't look away. The figure stood unmoving, but it was clear now this wasn't a person. This wasn't someone they could reason with. "We weren't meant to disturb it," the Watcher's voice rang out, as clear as if they were standing right next to them, though their form remained distant, looming like a shadow. "The balance has shifted, and now the world will feel the consequences of your actions." Alina took a step back, her eyes wide with fear. What does that mean? What's happening? The Watcher didn't respond immediately. Instead, they raised a hand, and the ground trembled once again, the sand rising in spirals, swirling like a storm. "The pyramid was never just a monument," the Watcher said, their voice reverberating in the wind. "It was a seal, and now it is broken. The power that was bound within is loose, and there will be a reckoning." Ethan's mind raced, his breath catching in his throat. How do we stop it? The Watcher finally took a step forward, and though their face remained hidden, their presence loomed over them like an ancient force, cold and indifferent. You cannot, they replied, their voice filled with finality. But you will bear witness to what happens next. And then, with a gust of wind, the Watcher vanished, leaving Ethan and Alina standing in the desert, the storm swirling around them. The wind howled through the desert, carrying with it an unnatural chill that cut through Ethan and Alina, freezing them in place. The air felt thick with the power that had been unleashed, and though the Watcher was gone, their ominous words still echoed in Ethan's mind. You will bear witness to what happens next. The world felt as though it was holding its breath, the desert still and silent for a moment, as if waiting for the storm to break. But even as the last words of the Watcher reverberated in the distance, Ethan could feel the tension building in the air, palpable, heavy with the weight of something ancient and dangerous, stirring in the sand. Did you hear that? Alina asked, her voice barely more than a whisper, as though speaking any louder might shatter the fragile silence. She looked around nervously, her eyes scanning the horizon, the shifting dunes, the barren wasteland that stretched endlessly around them. Ethan nodded, but didn't answer immediately. His mind was racing, thoughts colliding like thunder in a storm. The pyramid creature, the Watcher, everything was connected, and they had only scratched the surface. Something was awakening, something that had been sealed away for an eternity, and they had disturbed it. They had broken the seal. Ethan could feel the air vibrating now, a low hum like the buzzing of an ancient, forgotten machine, the sound growing steadily louder with each passing second. We need to get out of here, Alina said, her voice urgent now, as she took a few quick steps back toward the jeep. This place is cursed. The Watcher, everything they said, it's all coming true. But Ethan wasn't sure they could escape it anymore. The power that had been released by their actions by disturbing the pyramid wasn't something they could simply outrun. They had set something into motion, and there would be no stopping it now. The question wasn't whether they could leave, but whether they could survive what was coming. The wind picked up again, whirling around them like a vortex. It seemed to push them in the direction of the pyramid, urging them toward the entrance from which they had just escaped. Ethan turned, looking back at the massive structure. The pyramid was no longer just a relic of the past. It was a living, breathing entity, its energy coursing through the desert, and it was calling them back. What the hell is happening? Alina muttered, looking between Ethan and the pyramid, her fear growing palpable. Ethan, please tell me you have some idea. Ethan opened his mouth to respond, but before he could form a word, the ground beneath them shook. The very desert seemed to quake, as if the earth itself was awakening from a long slumber. Sand rippled like waves in the ocean, and the sky darkened above them, the clouds swirling into a thick, swirling mass. From the distance, a low, rumbling growl echoed, distant at first but growing louder, until it seemed to reverberate through the very core of the desert. It was a sound like no other, a deep, guttural noise that sent a chill down Ethan's spine. Then, from the shifting sands, figures began to emerge. Shadows at first, but soon solid forms took shape, beings tall and gaunt, their bodies cloaked in the same swirling sand that had begun to consume the desert. Their eyes glowed, a cold, unnatural light, their movements jerky and strange. It was like watching ghosts made flesh, figures from a forgotten time rising from the earth. Ethan's blood ran cold as the figures moved toward them, and for the first time he realized with gut-wrenching clarity what they were. Ancient guardians, he muttered, his voice filled with dread. The pyramid wasn't just a prison, it was a tomb, and the creatures inside, they were meant to protect whatever lay buried here. Alina's face went pale, her breath quickening. What are they? What do they want? Ethan didn't have an answer. All he knew was that these beings, these ancient guardians, had been tasked with keeping the pyramid's secrets hidden from the world. And now, their prison was broken. The seal was shattered. The past had awakened, and it was coming for them. The ground trembled again, this time violently, as a shadow passed over the sky. Ethan looked up just as something massive moved across the horizon. Something dark, something that blotted out the sun itself. For a moment, he thought it was another sandstorm, but as it drew closer, he saw it for what it truly was: a great, winged shape, an enormous creature unlike anything he had ever seen. Its wings stretched across the sky, blotting out the stars. "Ethan!" Alina shouted, pulling him back, but he couldn't take his eyes off the sky, unable to tear himself away from the horrifying sight above them. The creature was heading straight for the pyramid, its massive form casting a shadow over the desert below. "We have to go," Ethan said, finally tearing his gaze away, grabbing Alina's arm. "Now." But before they could make another move, the sand around them began to swirl, as though the earth itself had become a storm, the guardians closing in around them. The creatures in the sand, ancient beings, guardians of the pyramid's terrible secret, were not content to let them leave. They were trapped. Alina stumbled backward, her eyes wide with panic. "What are we going to do?" Ethan's mind raced. There has to be a way to stop this. There had to be a way to undo the damage they had caused, to reseal the pyramid and its power before it spread any further. The creature in the sky, the guardians rising from the sand, everything was coming together, and the key to stopping it lay somewhere within the pyramid. The only problem was that they couldn't go back inside. "I don't know," Ethan admitted, his voice shaking with the weight of the realization. "But we can't just stand here and wait for it to finish us off." The sand swirled violently, and the ground beneath them cracked open with a thunderous roar. The guardians were upon them now, and Ethan knew they had to act fast before whatever had been set into motion was allowed to spread further. And then, from the distance, a voice, as clear as thunder in a storm, rang out, carrying through the desert, "You cannot escape what you have unleashed. It is now a part of you." The wind howled through the desert, kicking up sand that swirled around Ethan and Alina like an unstoppable force. The guardians were closing in, their strange, flickering forms moving steadily toward them. Ethan's heart pounded as the reality of their situation became painfully clear. They had disturbed something ancient, something beyond their understanding, and now it was coming for them. The massive, winged creature in the sky grew closer, its shadow casting an eerie pall over the desert, as if the sun itself were being devoured. The creature let out an unearthly shriek that shook the air, the sound reverberating through the ground beneath their feet. The pyramid, broken open, had unleashed its deadly secret, and there was no going back. Alina's breath came in short gasps, her hands trembling as she looked around. "What do we do now, Ethan?" she asked, her voice strained with panic. "We can't outrun them. We can't hide. What if this is it? What if—" "We're not giving up yet," Ethan interrupted, his voice firm despite the overwhelming fear that gnawed at him. He scanned the surrounding desert, his mind racing for a solution, but it was clear there was only one option. They had to go back to the pyramid. It was the source of all of this. They had to reseal whatever was loose before it spread further. "No," Alina said, grabbing his arm, her eyes wide. "We can't go back in there. The guardians will tear us apart." Ethan shook his head. "We don't have a choice. The only way to stop this madness is to return to the pyramid and finish what we started. The device. It's the only thing that can contain the power again. But we have to act fast." Before she could protest further, Ethan took her hand and began running toward the pyramid. The guardians, their hollow eyes glowing in the shifting sand, seemed to move in time with their every step. Each step they took brought them closer to the epicenter of the storm. There was no turning back now. As they neared the pyramid's entrance, the wind seemed to grow more intense, pushing against them, as though the desert itself was trying to stop them from returning. The guardians were closing in on them with unnerving speed, their long limbs flickering like shadows. Ethan and Alina burst through the pyramid's entrance, stumbling into the dimly lit chamber where the device still lay on the altar. The air inside was thick, heavy with the energy that had been released. The stone walls trembled, and the symbols on the wall seemed to shift once more, flickering like fireflies. "Ethan," Alina gasped, looking around at the altar. The device was still glowing faintly, but it was not enough. The pyramid, now in its broken state, seemed to be filled with the lingering presence of the creature they had released. It was like the walls themselves were alive with a terrible energy. "We need to activate it again," Ethan said, his voice determined but strained. He could feel the power of the pyramid pushing back against them, testing their resolve. He didn't know if it would work, but they had no choice. It was the only way to contain the creature and its guardians. He rushed forward, reaching for the device. As his fingers touched it, the pyramid shuddered violently, the walls groaning under the pressure. The guardians were near, their forms flickering in and out of existence as they approached the entrance. Ethan's breath caught in his throat. There was no time left. But then, with a sudden surge of power, the device in his hands activated, the light flaring brighter than before, casting an almost blinding glow throughout the chamber. The ground beneath their feet began to shake once again, but this time, the vibrations felt different. The air was electric, charged with raw energy. The guardians screamed in unison, a chorus of anguish and fury as they were sucked toward the light emanating from the device. The creature in the sky, its massive wings beating like thunder, let out one final deafening roar. The pyramid trembled, as though fighting against the energy that was being released, but the device was doing its work. The walls of the pyramid cracked open further, but instead of collapsing, they began to close in around them, as if the ancient seal was reforming, forcing the power back into its cage. Ethan felt the immense pull of the device, a powerful force that seemed to drag everything back to its source. Alina stumbled backward, her hands clasped over her ears as the shrieking of the guardians grew louder. "Ethan, it's too much. We can't hold it." But Ethan refused to let go. He held onto the device, pushing every ounce of strength into his arms, trying to keep the energy focused on its purpose. Slowly but surely, the light began to fade. The growling, the screeching, the thundering in the air all began to quiet, and the pressure on Ethan's chest lightened. Finally, with a deafening crack, the device powered down. The glow vanished, the sandstorm outside the pyramid stilled, and the silence that followed was almost oppressive. For a long moment, Ethan stood frozen, breathing heavily, the weight of the moment settling over him like a heavy fog. The guardians were gone. The creature in the sky had vanished, and the pyramid, though damaged, seemed to have regained its stillness. Alina stepped forward, her voice shaky. "Did we do it? Did we stop it?" Ethan slowly nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. "For now. But I don't think we can ever fully understand what we've just witnessed." He turned to look at the pyramid one last time, its ancient stone walls standing tall despite the damage. It was a monument to a forgotten age, and he knew now that it held more secrets than anyone could ever comprehend. They had sealed away something dangerous, yes, but there were still mysteries here, mysteries that would haunt the world for centuries to come. "Let's go," Ethan said quietly, taking Alina's hand. "We've done all we can." As they turned to leave the pyramid, the wind outside had died down. The desert, now eerily calm, stretched out before them like an endless expanse of sand. The storm had passed, but the weight of their discovery would linger forever. The world would remember the lost pyramid, and though its secrets had been sealed once again, the questions would never stop. They had uncovered the past, but some mysteries, it seemed, were meant to remain buried. Story 3, The Curse of the Sunken Kingdom. Dr. Isabella Malone stood in the dim light of the university's ancient manuscript room, her fingers brushing over the fragile, yellowed pages of a centuries-old map. The musty scent of old paper filled the air as she carefully examined the intricate lines, symbols, and markings. This map, the latest in a series of discoveries she had painstakingly pieced together, was said to lead to something extraordinary, a sunken kingdom beneath the Caribbean Sea, lost to history. Her heart raced as she traced the route marked by the map, leading to a cluster of islands near the Bermuda Triangle, a place whispered about in legends. It was a region notorious for shipwrecks, disappearances, and unexplained phenomena. But this map didn't just mark the location of an ancient civilization. It hinted at something much greater, something that had been lost to time. "Are you still at it, Izzy?" Maya Lopez's voice interrupted her thoughts. The young woman, always a few steps ahead when it came to tech and research, peeked through the doorway. Izzy didn't look up, her gaze locked on the map. "I'm not just at it, Maya. I think I've found it." Maya stepped into the room, her eyes narrowing at the delicate map Izzy held. "You mean the kingdom? The one everyone thought was just a myth?" Izzy nodded, feeling the weight of what she was about to say. "This isn't just a myth. There's a place, an entire civilization buried beneath the waves. And I think it's right here." She tapped the map. Maya crossed her arms, a skeptical but intrigued look on her face. "But how can you be sure? We've been down this road before. I can't explain it yet, but I have something concrete: texts, symbols, maps that align with accounts of explorers from centuries ago. This map belongs to a lost expedition. I think they found something, and I think they died trying to uncover it." Maya raised an eyebrow. "And let me guess, you're going after it?" Izzy looked up, meeting her friend's gaze with determination. "I have to. This is bigger than anything we've ever discovered. I can't let it slip away." As Maya mulled over Izzy's words, there was a sudden knock at the door. A figure stepped into the room, tall, with a weathered face and the air of someone who had spent too much time on the open seas. "Captain Reed," Izzy greeted him with a smile. "I take it you've seen the map, seen it, studied it, and don't know if I like what I'm looking at," Captain Samuel Reed replied with a chuckle. "But I'm in. I've sailed these waters for years, and I've heard the stories about what lies beneath. Let me guess, you want my ship for this little adventure?" Izzy's smile grew. "Exactly. We'll need all the help we can get, and you know this area better than anyone." Reed gave a hearty laugh. "I know it, but remember, the ocean's a dangerous place. It'll take more than just maps and stories to get through it." Izzy's gaze hardened, a mix of excitement and resolve flooding her. "I'm not afraid of danger. We're going to uncover what's hidden beneath." But as she spoke, a shadow crossed her mind, a name she had not heard in years, one she had hoped would never resurface. Victor Reynard, a rival archaeologist with a reputation for exploiting historical finds for profit. She knew he'd catch wind of her discovery soon enough, and when that happened, she would have to move fast. Reynard was ruthless, and his ambitions were endless. If he ever got his hands on the sunken kingdom, there would be no telling what he might do with its secrets. "I'll make preparations for the journey," Captain Reed said. "Let's meet tomorrow to finalize everything." As the captain left, Maya walked up to Izzy, her eyes flicking to the map. "You sure about this? I mean, Reynard's not going to let this go." Izzy's fingers clenched the edge of the map, her thoughts turning darker. "He doesn't know about this yet. But when he does, we'll be ready." The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow across the room as Izzy stared at the map, her mind swirling with the possibilities of what lay ahead. The lost kingdom, its treasures, its secrets, and the curse that had protected them for centuries. The following morning, Izzy and Maya met with Captain Reed on his ship, the Valiant. The vessel was a sturdy, no-nonsense research ship, built for long expeditions and rough waters. It was anchored just off the coast, the horizon stretching out in front of them, a reminder of the vast unknown waiting beneath the surface. Izzy was already at the helm when Captain Reed approached, his weather-beaten face set in a grim expression. "Ready to set sail, Dr. Malone?" he asked, his voice steady but laced with concern. "I've been ready for years," she replied, her eyes scanning the horizon. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a golden hue over the ocean. There was a calmness to the sea that belied the perilous journey ahead. Maya appeared at her side, holding a tablet that displayed the map Izzy had uncovered. The coordinates are locked in, and I have cross-referenced the data. This is it, Izzy. If this map is right, we're heading straight into the heart of the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle? Reed's brow furrowed, a trace of doubt crossing his face. I've sailed these waters for decades, but there's always been something about that place. It's not just myths, you know. Strange things happen there. Izzy met his gaze with a determined look. I know, Captain, and that's why we have to go. This is a once-in-a-lifetime discovery. We're not just looking for treasure, we're looking for history. Reed nodded reluctantly, though there was a flicker of unease in his eyes. All right, set the course. We'll see what we find. As the ship sailed deeper into the open water, the team made preparations for the dive. Izzy's heart raced with anticipation. She had studied the maps, the legends, the accounts of long-lost explorers, but nothing could prepare her for the reality of what they were about to uncover. The sunken kingdom, if it truly existed, was unlike anything they had ever encountered. The morning hours passed quickly, with Izzy and Maya reviewing documents and discussing the logistics of the upcoming dive. Reed kept to himself, his weathered hands on the wheel, guiding the ship through the calm but deceptively vast waters. By midday, the island that marked the coordinates was in sight. It was uninhabited, covered with dense vegetation and jagged cliffs. The place seemed untouched by time, unspoiled, but also foreboding. This is it, Maya said, her voice tinged with excitement as she pointed at the island. The map matches up. The sunken kingdom's ruins should be just off the coast, submerged in the waters below. Izzy peered over the side of the ship, the ocean beneath her seeming so still, so peaceful. Yet, she knew better than to be fooled by the calm. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it would become. The kingdom's ruins, if they existed, were a mystery. And mysteries in this part of the world had a way of revealing themselves in unexpected ways. Let's gear up, Izzy said, clapping her hands together. We dive in an hour. The team prepared their diving equipment and gathered their gear. As they suited up, the air grew tense with anticipation. The world above the surface felt normal, but beneath the waves, a different realm awaited them, one full of secrets and perhaps danger. The water was colder than Izzy expected as she submerged herself into the depths of the ocean. The sunlight barely penetrated the surface, and the deeper she descended, the more surreal the world around her became. The reef below was teeming with life, yet everything seemed to move with a kind of eerie calmness, as though the ocean itself was holding its breath. Her breathing echoed in her ears as she signaled to Maya, who was just a few feet behind her. They followed the coordinates, their dive lights cutting through the deep blue water, revealing shapes that slowly emerged from the darkness. And then, just as they reached the bottom, they saw it, the first glimpse of the ruins. Massive stone columns, twisted and weathered by time, rose from the seafloor like ancient guardians. The architecture was unlike anything they had ever seen, unfamiliar symbols carved into the stone, depicting creatures Izzy couldn't identify. She swam closer, her heart pounding in her chest. This is it, Izzy thought, her fingers tracing the edges of a large, ornate pillar. The carvings spoke of gods, myths, and rituals. It was a civilization that had once been powerful, yet now lay forgotten beneath the waves. Maya gestured to Izzy, pointing at the remains of what appeared to be a grand entranceway. A massive archway lay half buried in the sand, with stone doors that had long since crumbled to dust. Izzy moved closer, her curiosity piqued. As she ran her hand along the doorframe, a sudden rush of cold swept through her. It wasn't just the temperature of the water, it was something else. A feeling, almost like a presence, like the ruins themselves were alive, watching them. A distant sound broke the eerie silence, a low, rumbling hum that seemed to come from the depths. Izzy froze, her eyes scanning the dark waters. The noise grew louder, more intense, until it felt like the very ocean was vibrating beneath them. "Do you hear that?" Maya signaled, her face pale behind her mask. Izzy nodded, but before she could respond, A powerful current swept through the ruins. The ground beneath them shifted, and the once still waters churned violently. "Get to the surface," Izzy shouted through her comms, her voice drowned out by the roar of the current. The team scrambled to rise from the depths, but the current was unforgiving. Izzy felt herself being pulled toward the ruins, her body fighting against the force of the water. Panic rose in her chest as she struggled to move, but it was no use. The ocean was alive, and it was pushing them back. Izzy's heart pounded as the underwater current tugged at her, her body being pulled toward the ruins like a rag doll in a storm. She fought against the tide, her arms and legs burning with the effort to swim upward. But the force of the water only grew stronger, pushing her deeper into the ruins. Her vision blurred as panic crept up her spine. She had always known the ocean was unpredictable, but this felt different. "Maya, Captain, do you copy?" Izzy shouted through her comms, though the roaring waters swallowed her voice. A faint crackling noise came through her earpiece. "Izzy," Maya's voice, strained but audible. "We're trying to get back. The current." "I know." Izzy cut her off, desperately trying to maintain her focus. "Head to the surface. I'll meet you there." But just as she started to swim upward, a strange, almost supernatural force tugged at her. It wasn't the current. It was something else, something ancient. The water grew colder still, and the dim light from her diving flashlight flickered. Suddenly, the very walls of the sunken kingdom seemed to come alive, closing in around her. Strange whispers echoed in her ears, foreign words that she couldn't understand but somehow felt she knew. She glanced to the side, and through the murky water, a shadow passed a figure, glowing faintly, just out of reach. Was it a trick of the light, or something more? A burst of energy shot through her body, and she propelled herself upward, instinctively kicking harder, her breath ragged as the surface drew nearer. She had to get out of there, but her mind lingered on what she'd seen. Something ancient, something otherworldly, something that belonged in the myths. The water around her started to settle as she broke the surface, gasping for air. Her hands reached for the edge of the boat, where Maya and Captain Reed were already waiting. Both had their faces drawn with fear and exhaustion. "Get in, Izzy," Maya shouted, extending her hand. Izzy grabbed it, pulling herself aboard with all the strength she could muster. The boat creaked as Captain Reed yanked the ropes, pulling them further from the sunken ruins. "What in God's name was that?" Maya breathed, her face pale beneath her dive mask. She pulled it off, wiping the salt water from her eyes. Izzy could hardly answer. She sat back, her breath still ragged, her mind racing. "I don't know. But whatever it was, it's guarding this place, and we've only just begun." Reed, his face etched with concern, looked toward the open sea. "I've sailed here before, but that wasn't a natural current. That was something pulling us, and I've never seen anything like it. The ocean's hiding something, and it doesn't want us to find it." Izzy nodded grimly, her fingers still gripping the edge of the boat as she tried to steady her thoughts. What they had uncovered beneath the water was just the beginning of something much larger, something that wasn't meant to be disturbed. And yet, she knew she couldn't turn back now. "We need to go back down," she said, her voice steady despite the chaos that still churned inside her. "We need to find out what's buried beneath those ruins. We're so close." Reed shot her a sharp glance. "Are you out of your mind? That place, whatever is down there, it's dangerous." Izzy stood, determination flashing in her eyes. "I'm not giving up now. Not after all this. I need answers, Captain." Before Reed could respond, a low, ominous rumble echoed across the water. Maya's eyes widened in alarm as she turned her gaze toward the distant horizon. "What the hell is that?" Izzy followed her line of sight. The sky, once clear, was now overcast, dark clouds swirling unnaturally fast, as though a storm were gathering in an instant. The water grew agitated, its surface churning violently once again, and then, to their horror, A massive wave, bigger than anything they had seen, rose on the horizon, bearing down on them with terrifying speed. "Captain, we need to move now," Izzy shouted. Reed's face paled, but he didn't hesitate. He spun the wheel of the boat, and the engines roared to life as they shot forward, desperately trying to outrun the wave. But it was too late. The wave hit with the force of 1,000 storms. The boat was tossed violently, throwing everyone to the deck. Izzy slammed into the side, her breath knocked out of her as the world tilted around her. She barely had time to react before the boat was lifted high, the ocean roaring as if it were alive. She could hear Maya screaming in terror, but the sound was muffled, drowned out by the deafening crash of the wave. The world seemed to stretch and bend, and then silence. When Izzy came to, the world around her was quiet. The air smelled of salt and seaweed, and she realized too late that the boat had capsized. She struggled to her feet, finding herself surrounded by a haze of debris. Captain Reed was unconscious, floating nearby, while Maya scrambled to help him. "Captain," Izzy called, her voice shaking. She swam over and checked his pulse, relieved to find it strong. Is he okay?" Maya asked, her face a mask of fear. "He'll be fine," Izzy assured her, though her mind raced with thoughts of the storm, the mysterious force pulling them under. "But we need to get back to the island. We can't stay out here like this. The ocean's not going to let us rest." With Reed stabilized and the wreckage of the boat still bobbing in the distance, Izzy knew one thing for sure: they were far from safe. The island was still waiting for them, and whatever lay beneath the waves had just made its first move. And now, it was clear, they were no longer just explorers. They were trespassers in a land that had been sealed away for a reason. The waves rocked the remnants of the ship as Izzy, Maya, and Captain Reed made their way toward the shore, the distance growing ever closer. The storm that had struck with such violence had faded as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind an unsettling calm that hung in the air like a threat still unspoken. The island, with its dense jungle and towering cliffs, loomed ahead, a place that had been untouched by modern hands for centuries. As they reached the shore, the eerie silence that had settled over the water seemed to follow them. No birds, no rustling of trees, nothing, just the distant echo of the ocean's waves crashing on the shore. It felt unnatural, like the island itself was holding its breath, watching them. Captain Reed was the first to stumble ashore, his hands gripping the sand as he took deep, labored breaths. Maya followed, her face pale and wide-eyed, still shaken by the terrifying wave that had nearly claimed them. Izzy, however, was already scanning the shoreline, her mind racing. They had been forced to abandon the boat, but the real danger wasn't the wreckage or the storm, it was the island itself. Something about it, about the ruins they'd seen underwater, was calling to her, beckoning her to uncover the truth, even as it seemed to warn them to stay away. "We need to find shelter and get our bearings," Captain Reed said, his voice gravelly as he wiped salt water from his brow. "Then we figure out how to get back to civilization." Izzy looked at him, her mind torn. Part of her agreed with Reed. The storm had been a reminder of just how unpredictable and dangerous the waters here were. But another part of her, a part she couldn't silence, was drawn to the ruins beneath the waves, to the civilization that had once called this place home. "The wreckage can wait," Izzy said, her voice steady despite the chaos of the past hour. "We need to explore the island. The answers are here, somewhere, and I'm going to find them." Reed narrowed his eyes, but he didn't argue. Instead, he grunted and adjusted his pack, already moving inland. Maya hesitated, looking back at the water before following him. The jungle beyond the beach was dense and untamed, a wall of green that seemed to swallow them whole as they pushed deeper into the island. The air was thick with humidity, and every step seemed to be accompanied by the faint sound of leaves rustling in the breeze, though it felt more like the island itself was shifting around them. "I've been to some strange places in my life, but this," Maya muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "This feels wrong." Izzy didn't answer immediately, her eyes scanning the path ahead. There was something in the air, something ancient and alive. It was as if the land itself was steeped in history, in magic, and the further they walked, the stronger that feeling grew. After what seemed like hours, the jungle began to clear, opening into a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a large stone structure, half covered in vines and moss, but unmistakably carved with symbols that matched those she had seen in the ruins underwater. The entrance was framed by two large stone pillars, and beyond them, the darkened passageway seemed to beckon. Izzy's heart raced. This was it, the heart of the sunken kingdom, the place they had been searching for, the very ruins she had seen through the murky depths of the ocean. "This is it," Izzy breathed, her voice trembling with awe and excitement. "We found it." Reed stepped forward, his face a mixture of curiosity and caution. "Be careful, Izzy. This place isn't like the temples you found in the past. There's something unnatural about it." Izzy didn't listen. She moved forward, her footsteps quickening as she approached the entrance. The stone was cool beneath her fingers, and the carvings on the surface were even more intricate than the ones she had seen in the water depictions of gods, warriors, and animals that were unlike anything she had studied before. "I don't think we should go inside," Maya said, her voice tinged with fear. "This place, there's something about it. It's wrong." But Izzy couldn't stop herself. She felt drawn to it, as if the stones themselves were calling her. She pushed through the vines that had long since overtaken the structure and stepped into the dark passageway. The air inside was thick, heavy with the scent of age and decay, but there was also something else, something faint but unmistakable. A pulse, a rhythm. It was as if the very heart of the island was beating, and Izzy could feel it in her bones. She took a deep breath and moved further into the passage, her flashlight cutting through the darkness, revealing intricate carvings on the walls, murals depicting scenes of a long-lost civilization. But the deeper they went, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. The walls seemed to close in, and Izzy couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. The pulse of the island grew louder, more insistent, until it was almost deafening. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed from deep within the structure. The ground beneath them trembled, and Izzy's heart skipped a beat. She turned to look at Reed and Maya, but both were staring at something else, something that had caught their attention. At the far end of the passage, a faint light flickered, casting long shadows across the stone walls. Izzy's instincts screamed at her to turn back, but she couldn't. She couldn't leave now. She had come too far, and she had to know what lay beyond the light. With a deep breath, she took a step forward, followed closely by Reed and Maya. The light grew brighter with each step they took, and soon they found themselves in a large chamber. At the center of the room, a massive stone pedestal stood, and on it, a glowing object, a sphere of light, hovered just above the stone, its radiance almost blinding. Izzy moved toward it, her hands trembling with awe. This was it, the heart of the sunken kingdom, the source of its power. But before she could reach out to touch it, a voice, low and ancient, echoed through the chamber. It wasn't a voice they could hear with their ears. It was something more, a presence. "You have disturbed what was never meant to be disturbed." Izzy froze, her body stiff with fear. The voice was not human. It was something older, something that had been here long before them. And in that moment, Izzy knew whatever they had awakened, it wasn't just a kingdom. It was a curse, a force that had been lying dormant for centuries, waiting for someone to come along and awaken it. The light from the pedestal flickered, and the ground beneath them began to shake violently. The chamber trembled again, the sound of shifting stone reverberating through the walls. The air became thick, suffused with a chilling energy that seemed to vibrate within Izzy's chest. Her breath caught in her throat as the light from the pedestal flickered once more, casting erratic shadows that danced across the chamber. The voice, the one that wasn't quite a voice, echoed again, louder this time, as if the island itself was speaking to them. "You have disturbed what was never meant to be disturbed." Izzy took an involuntary step back, her mind racing. What was this? Was it the kingdom itself? Or something far older, something that had been waiting beneath the surface for centuries? She could feel the weight of ancient power pressing down on her, almost as if the earth itself was alive and aware. Maya's voice trembled in the thick air. "Izzy, we need to get out of here. This place, it's not safe." But Izzy couldn't move. She couldn't tear her gaze away from the pedestal, from the glowing sphere hovering above it. There was something mesmerizing about it, a pull that she couldn't explain, a magnetic force that was unlike anything she had ever felt before. "You're right," Izzy finally managed to say, her voice strained. "But we can't leave yet. Not without understanding what this is." Reed, who had been silently watching, now stepped forward, his hand on the hilt of a knife he carried. His usual calm was gone, replaced by something raw and tense. "I don't know if you're right about that. Whatever this is, it's clearly not meant to be found. And if that voice is any indication, we should leave now." Izzy's pulse quickened. She could feel the weight of the decision pressing on her, one that could change everything, or cost them dearly. And as the voice echoed once more, the pedestal began to pulse with an ominous glow. "Leave now, or face the consequences of your actions." Izzy shook her head, stepping toward the pedestal. The glowing sphere hovered just above the stone, shifting in its ethereal light. The chamber had gone still, but it was a stillness that felt pregnant with danger. The air was thick, charged with a presence that felt older than time itself. She extended her hand, trembling slightly as she reached for the sphere, but before her fingers could touch it, the ground beneath them rumbled. It was a low, gut-wrenching sound that seemed to come from the very bowels of the earth. The walls of the chamber cracked, and a strange, ancient light poured from the cracks in the stone, illuminating the entire room. Something was waking up. "Maya, get back," Reed shouted, pushing her toward the exit. But Izzy remained frozen, her hands still outstretched. "I can't leave," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rumble of the earth. This is it. This is the key." The light from the pedestal intensified, becoming blinding. Izzy squinted, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel something shifting, something ancient and powerful stirring deep within the chamber. The whispers in her mind grew louder, more urgent, as if the very ruins were calling to her, urging her to take the final step. And then, with a sudden force that threw them all to the ground, the pedestal erupted in a burst of energy. Izzy felt a wave of energy crash into her, and the world around her seemed to warp and twist. The light from the pedestal grew blinding, and for a moment she couldn't tell if it was the force of the energy or her own mind spinning out of control. She tried to scream, but the sound was lost in the deafening roar of the chamber as the ground shook violently beneath them. Maya, who had been thrown backward, scrambled to her feet, eyes wide with panic. "Izzy, we have to go. Now." Izzy tried to move, but the energy coursing through the room seemed to hold her in place, as though the very air itself had thickened. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't move. Everything around her felt distorted, as if she were in a dream or trapped in another world. The walls of the chamber cracked and groaned, stones falling away to reveal dark shapes shifting just beyond the light. Figures ancient and spectral emerged from the cracks, their forms flickering in and out of existence like ghostly reflections. Izzy's mind raced as the figure closest to her began to solidify. It was humanoid, but its features were distorted. Inhuman, its face half masked by a hood, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. It held a staff made of stone, engraved with ancient symbols, and as it moved closer, Izzy felt the weight of its gaze settle on her. "You have awakened us." The voice was not just in her ears, it was in her mind, an overwhelming presence that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the earth itself. "You will not leave until the debt is paid." Before Izzy could respond, The entire room trembled, and a deep rumbling sound echoed from below. The earth seemed to shift violently beneath her, and the very chamber they stood in seemed to be coming alive. "Run," Reed shouted, grabbing Maya by the arm and pulling her toward the exit. But Izzy didn't move. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the figure, this guardian, this ancient spirit that had awakened. The sphere from the pedestal pulsed once more, and the ghostly figure began to move toward Izzy, its eyes locking onto hers. "You will serve the kingdom, or you will perish with it." Izzy's heart raced. The voice, the presence had taken on a new intensity, and for the first time, she felt the full weight of what she had just done. The ruin, the treasure, it was all tied to this force, this ancient curse that had been sealed away for a reason. And now, the island was waking up, and it was angry. With one final surge of strength, Izzy broke free from the paralyzing grip of the energy around her. She turned and ran, following Reed and Maya as they made their way back toward the exit. The ground beneath them continued to shake, and the walls of the chamber seemed to cave in around them, as though the very island was trying to swallow them whole. The ground shook with increasing violence, each tremor seeming to come from deep beneath the island, from the very heart of the ancient kingdom that had been hidden for so long. Izzy's breath came in ragged gasps as she followed Reed and Maya through the crumbling passageway, her mind still reeling from the horrors they had just unleashed. The voice of the guardian, the whispers in her mind, the pulse of the pedestal, it was all too much to process. But there was no time for thinking now. They had to escape. They had to survive. Behind them, the chamber collapsed further, sending chunks of stone and debris tumbling into the dark void that seemed to grow deeper with every passing second. The ancient spirits, the guardians of the kingdom, were no longer hidden. They were awake, and they were angry. "Maya, do you have the exit coordinates?" Izzy called over her shoulder as they sprinted through the narrow corridor, the sound of falling rock echoing around them. Maya's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear, but she didn't hesitate. "Yes, but we've got to move faster. This place is falling apart." They turned a corner and came to a dead end where the passage narrowed into a jagged rock face. Izzy cursed under her breath, her mind racing for a way out. They couldn't go back. They couldn't afford to face the spirits again, not with the full wrath of the curse descending upon them. Reed slammed his fist against the wall, frustration and fear lacing his voice. "There's got to be another way. We can't just be trapped in here." Izzy's eyes flicked toward the stone, tracing the patterns in the cracks. They were ancient symbols, ones she had seen on the pedestal and in the ruins. This wasn't just a wall, it was a barrier, a final defense mechanism meant to keep intruders from entering deeper into the kingdom. "It's a seal," Izzy said, her voice filled with both dread and realization. "It's a doorway, but it's been sealed for centuries. We can't open it from this side without." A low rumbling sound interrupted her, followed by a sudden, sharp creaking noise. The wall before them seemed to shift, a deep groan vibrating through the stone, as if the seal was fighting to keep them out. Izzy's heart skipped a beat. "Wait," Maya shouted. "What if we trigger something worse by forcing it open?" Izzy took a step forward, her hand reaching out to touch the stone. "There's no other choice. We have to open it, whatever it takes." But as her hand made contact with the stone, a violent flash of light erupted from the wall, blinding them all. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and a deep, resonating voice filled the air, more powerful than any they had heard before. "Leave now, or the island will take you." The voice seemed to echo in their very souls, sending a shiver down Izzy's spine. But despite the warning, despite the terror that now gripped her, she knew they couldn't turn back. "Not now." "Izzy," Reed shouted, grabbing her arm and yanking her back. "We can't do this alone. We need to get out of here, now." But Izzy shook her head, her fingers still pressed against the wall, her mind fixated on the symbols. She had seen them before, but there was something different about them now, something more alive. "This is it," she whispered, more to herself than anyone else. "This is the key." Without another word, She stepped forward, pressing harder against the stone. The wall groaned again, and this time it didn't just resist, it cracked. A brilliant light poured through the gaps, blinding them all for a moment before the stone began to split open. "Get back," Reed shouted, pulling Maya away as the stone doorway finally gave way with a deafening sound, revealing a hidden chamber beyond. Izzy stood still, her heart pounding in her chest. The doorway had opened, but not without cost. The chamber on the other side was bathed in a sickly green light, and the walls were adorned with more symbols that seemed to pulse with energy, as though the very room was alive. "Do you hear that?" Maya asked, her voice trembling. Izzy turned to her, confusion flickering in her eyes. "What?" "The whispers," Maya said, glancing nervously around. "They're getting louder." Izzy's blood ran cold as she listened more closely. The air was thick with the sound of voices, but these were not human voices. They were ancient, otherworldly, and they echoed through the walls of the chamber like a choir of the damned. She stepped into the room cautiously, her flashlight casting long shadows on the stone floor. The whispers grew louder, the words beginning to take form in her mind. She could almost understand them, though they were in a language she had never heard before. "You've broken the seal. Now you must pay the price." Izzy's breath hitched as she looked toward the center of the room, where an altar stood. It was a massive stone structure, carved with intricate designs. On top of the altar lay a golden relic, something so exquisitely crafted that it seemed to pulse with energy. It was the source of the power, the heart of the sunken kingdom. As she stepped closer, the voices grew louder, more frantic. "Take it, and you will bring destruction upon the world." Izzy hesitated, her fingers brushing against the cold stone of the altar. The weight of what was at stake pressed down on her, but the promise of discovery, of understanding, pulled her forward. This was what she had come for, the relic, the key to the kingdom's power. But as her hand hovered above the relic, she felt it, a presence unseen but unmistakable, a force that was as old as the earth itself, watching, waiting. And then she realized the truth. The curse was not just a myth, it was real. And now it was awake. Izzy's fingers hovered above the golden relic, trembling. The whispers around her grew louder, now frantic, more insistent. The air in the chamber was thick with an otherworldly energy, as if the very walls were alive, pressing in on them. The voices were no longer just whispers, they were clear, powerful, commanding. "Take it, and you shall undo what has been done." Izzy's heart pounded as she slowly withdrew her hand. She could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on her. This relic, this artifact, it was the heart of the sunken kingdom, the key to unlocking its power. But at what cost? "What are you waiting for?" Maya whispered urgently, her voice trembling. "We can't stay here much longer. The entire island is coming down. We have to leave." Izzy turned to look at Maya and Reed, both of them standing at the threshold of the chamber, eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. Reed's hand was on the hilt of his knife, as though he expected something terrible to happen at any moment. The storm outside had not abated, and the island was shaking more violently with each passing second. It was clear that whatever force was at work here, it was not one that would allow them to leave easily. But Izzy couldn't tear her eyes away from the relic, nor from the inscriptions that adorned the altar. The ancient language, the symbols that seemed to pulse with life, it was all part of a story that was just beginning to unfold. She could feel it in her bones. This was no ordinary find. This was something that could change everything. The world would never be the same once its secrets were uncovered. The whispering voices grew more agitated. "Take it, and the curse will consume you." Izzy swallowed hard. There was no turning back now. She had already uncovered more than she ever thought possible. But to take the relic meant releasing the full force of the curse, a curse tied not only to the kingdom, but to the very fabric of the island itself. "Izzy," Reed called, his voice filled with desperation. "Don't do this. This island, it's alive. It's angry. We don't know what this thing is, what it'll do. But even as Reed spoke, Izzy stepped forward. She had to do it. She had to know. She had to understand. Her hand closed around the relic, and as soon as her fingers made contact, the entire chamber seemed to come alive. The walls shook with a deafening roar, and the golden sphere on the altar began to glow with a blinding light. The voices, now a cacophony of urgent warnings, surrounded her, filling her mind with visions of destruction and chaos. The relic pulsed with a dark energy, its glow intensifying with each passing moment. "It is done." The voice that spoke was no longer a whisper, but a booming command that echoed through the chamber, reverberating in the very air around them. Izzy's vision blurred as the ground beneath her feet cracked open, sending tremors through the chamber. The light from the relic grew impossibly bright, and for a moment, she felt like she was being pulled into the very center of the island's power, into the heart of its ancient curse. She stumbled backward, clutching the relic to her chest, as the chamber around her seemed to implode. The stone walls cracked and split, sending shards of rock flying in every direction. Maya screamed, but the sound was lost in the roar of the collapsing ruins. "You have awakened us. Now, you will join us." Izzy's heart raced as she turned to look at her companions, panic rising within her. The curse had not been broken. It had been unleashed. The island was fighting back, and it was dragging them down with it. "Maya, Reed!" Izzy shouted, her voice barely audible over the deafening roar. "We need to get out of here, now." But the chamber was collapsing around them. The walls crumbled, and the floor buckled beneath their feet. The relic, still glowing, seemed to be feeding on the destruction, drawing power from the very collapse of the kingdom it had once protected. "We need to run," Maya screamed, her eyes wide with terror, as she grabbed Izzy's arm, pulling her toward the exit. But Izzy couldn't move. She was rooted to the spot, unable to tear herself away from the relic. Its power was overwhelming, its pull insistent. It was as if the relic was calling her, binding her to the island, to its curse. The stone walls groaned, and the ceiling above them began to cave in. The light from the relic grew brighter, flooding the room with a searing white light. And then, silence. The chamber was gone. The island was gone. Everything around them had disappeared in an instant, leaving them in a vast, empty darkness. Izzy opened her eyes to find herself standing in a completely different place, an otherworldly realm that stretched out before her. She stood on a massive stone platform, surrounded by swirling mists and shadows. The air was thick with the scent of ancient earth, and the ground beneath her feet was cold, smooth stone. Where are we?" Maya whispered, her voice filled with awe and fear. She clung to Reed, who looked just as bewildered as she did. Izzy's gaze swept around them, and she realized with a shock that they were no longer on the island. They were somewhere else entirely, somewhere beyond time and space, beyond the world they knew. It was as though they had stepped into the very heart of the curse itself. The relic, still clutched tightly in her hands, pulsed with dark energy, casting an eerie glow on the stone around them. And as she looked up, she saw them. Figures, shadowy, towering figures appeared before them, their forms swirling in the mist. They were humanoid in shape, but their features were obscured by the shadows, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light. "You have come to the place of the dead." The voice that spoke was ancient, deep, and filled with power. It echoed in Izzy's mind, sending a shiver down her spine. "You will join us now, as the island has claimed you." Izzy took a step back, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the weight of their gaze, the coldness of their presence. The curse had not been broken. It had been unleashed, and now they were part of it. They had entered a realm beyond death, a place where the souls of the sunken kingdom's victims were bound for eternity. "No," Izzy whispered, her voice shaking. We can't stay here. We need to leave." "We need to. You cannot leave." The voice interrupted her, its power overwhelming. "Once the relic is taken, there is no return." Izzy's mind raced. She couldn't let this happen. She couldn't let the curse claim them. But the relic, its power was too much. It was part of this place, part of the kingdom's wrath, and now they were trapped within its grasp. The figures in the mist circled around them, their eyes burning with ancient rage. But in the midst of this otherworldly realm, Izzy felt something shift. The air itself seemed to change, thickening, like the very fabric of time and space was unraveling around them. "You cannot leave," the voice boomed, the words pressing against her chest as if to suffocate her. But Izzy was no longer afraid. The power of the relic pulsed in her hands, and a strange clarity washed over her. It wasn't just an object, it was a key, a means of communication between worlds. She realized then that the relic wasn't just a thing to be taken or hidden. It was a bridge between the living and the dead, between the known and the unknown. And it wasn't meant to imprison them, it was meant to set them free. Her heart raced, but instead of retreating, she stepped forward toward the shadowy figures. They paused, watching her with something akin to curiosity. As she moved, the relic in her hands began to glow brighter, its energy radiating outward, filling the empty space with light. "No," she whispered, her voice shaking but determined. "I will not be your prisoner. I will not let this curse live any longer." The figures recoiled, as though her words had pierced through their existence. The light from the relic intensified, growing so bright that the entire realm seemed to be swallowed by its brilliance. And then, for the first time, the figures spoke in unison, not with rage, but with a strange, solemn reverence. "You are the one." Izzy didn't fully understand what that meant, but she didn't have time to think about it. The relic was reaching its limit, its power surging beyond anything she could have imagined. The realm itself began to shift, the walls of mist dissipating, the stone beneath their feet crumbling away. "It's time to go," Maya said softly, her voice filled with awe as she grabbed Izzy's arm. Izzy nodded, knowing they had to leave. But a part of her, the scholar, the archaeologist, was still deeply connected to the mystery of it all. She wanted to understand, to know everything about the sunken kingdom, but in that moment, she understood the most important thing of all. Some mysteries were not meant to be solved. Some things, ancient and powerful, existed beyond human comprehension, and their stories had to be respected, not disturbed. The mist began to swirl around them, pulling them toward the light, and Izzy felt the ground beneath her feet give way once more. The relic in her hands pulsed once more, then faded into the light, leaving nothing behind but the faintest echo of its power. When Izzy opened her eyes again, the world around her was different. The land was no longer a crumbling ruin. The island was peaceful, untouched by the curse that had once gripped it. The sky was clear, the air crisp and refreshing, and the sun shone down with a warmth that seemed to breathe life back into the earth. They stood at the edge of the jungle, the towering stone structure, now nothing more than a distant memory. The ruins that had once threatened to swallow them were gone. The relic, its power no longer present, had been absorbed into the island, its purpose fulfilled. Izzy looked around, her chest tightening with a mix of relief and sorrow. The island had been a place of secrets, of curses, and of power, but it was also a place of peace now. The spirits that had once guarded it had been freed. The kingdom was no longer lost. It had been returned to the earth, to the land where it belonged. "We're free," Maya whispered, her voice filled with awe. "We actually made it out." Izzy smiled, her heart still racing, but with a sense of calm that she hadn't felt in days. "Yes," she said softly, gazing at the horizon, "but the kingdom isn't lost. It's here alive, in the land itself, and its story, its mystery, will remain forever." Reed, his face lined with exhaustion, but also something else, something deeper, looked at her with a quiet understanding. "You did it. You broke the curse." Izzy nodded, but she knew the truth. They hadn't just broken the curse, they had set the kingdom free. The spirits, the ancient gods, the relics, they were no longer bound by the power of the past. They had been allowed to rest, to return to the earth, where they could exist in peace. And as the team made their way back toward the beach, where their ship awaited them, Izzy glanced back one last time at the island. It stood as it had always been, a place of quiet mystery. The sun had begun to set, painting the sky with shades of gold and purple, casting a peaceful glow over the land. Some mysteries were meant to remain hidden, she realized. Some places were meant to be left alone, and some curses, once broken, were meant to bring peace not just to the land, but to the souls that had once been trapped within it. Izzy smiled as the boat set sail, leaving the island behind. The world was waiting for her, and the mysteries of the past, now laid to rest, would remain in her heart, a story told, but never forgotten. The world around them had shifted. Where once there had been destruction, there was now a sense of tranquility. The ruins, the relics, the ancient forces that had once held the island captive were now gone, dissolved into the very earth, their power dispersed into the wind and the sea. The weight that had pressed down on Izzy and her team, the suffocating knowledge of the curse, had lifted, leaving only the serene beauty of the island behind. Izzy stood on the edge of the beach, watching the waves gently lap at the shore. The storm that had ravaged the island just hours before was nothing more than a distant memory. The sky was now clear, the sun shining down on the lush green jungle behind them, casting long shadows across the sand. "We did it," Maya whispered, her voice almost reverent as she gazed at the horizon. Her face, usually filled with sharp intelligence and skepticism, now bore a look of awe and wonder. Izzy smiled softly, though a sadness lingered in her heart. "We did, but it wasn't just us. The island, the kingdom, it was always part of something greater, something more beautiful than we could have ever imagined." Captain Reed stood a little further away, his back to the ocean. The wind ruffled his weathered hair, but he remained still, as if listening to the island itself. "It's over," he said quietly. "The curse is lifted, and whatever this place was, it's at peace now." Izzy turned to him, her eyes reflecting the calm that had taken over the island. Yes, the kingdom, the relic, it was never about treasure or power. It was about understanding, respecting what was lost. They had uncovered the secrets of the lost sunken kingdom, but what they had truly found was peace. The guardians had been freed, the spirits of the ancient gods now able to rest. The curse, which had once threatened to consume them all, had been broken not through force or violence, but through understanding, through reverence for the past, and a willingness to let go. As they made their way back to the small boat, the last rays of the setting sun painted the sky in shades of gold, purple, and pink. The island, once a place of dread and ancient terror, now looked serene, as though it had never been touched by the chaos of the world. Izzy paused at the edge of the boat, her hand resting on the worn wooden surface. She felt, for the first time in what felt like forever, a deep peace settle over her. The mystery of the sunken kingdom, once so daunting, now felt complete. Its secrets had been uncovered, and its curse had been released. The past was no longer something to fear. It was something to honor. "We'll go back to the world now," Izzy said softly, her gaze lingering on the island one last time. "But this place, it will always be with us, in our hearts, in our memories, and its story will never truly be forgotten." As the boat pulled away from the shore, the island grew smaller and smaller on the horizon. Izzy watched it until it was nothing more than a faint silhouette against the setting sun. The adventure had ended, but something deeper had been awakened, a sense of wonder, of respect, and of connection to a history that was far older than their understanding. And as the boat sailed into the open sea, Izzy knew that some mysteries, some legacies, were meant to remain eternal. The sunken kingdom would live on, not as a place of terror, but as a reminder of the past's beauty, its wisdom, and its power to change the future. The world was vast, full of unknowns, but for the first time, Izzy felt like she had found what she was truly searching for. It wasn't treasure, or glory, or even knowledge. It was peace. The end. Story 4. The Discovery. The heavy air of Mexico City. was thick with the promise of rain as Emma Rivera stood before the towering ruins of Templo Mayor. The ancient stones, worn by centuries of history, held secrets that many had sought to uncover but few had ever truly understood. A soft breeze rustled the palms surrounding the site, and the distant sound of modern life clashed with the whispers of a long-forgotten world. Emma wiped the beads of sweat from her brow as she adjusted her backpack, her mind lost in the strange mix of excitement and apprehension that had taken root since her arrival. Her fingers tightened around the leather straps of her journal, where sketches of symbols and artifacts she'd already uncovered filled the pages. This was it, the discovery she'd dreamed of her entire life. An Aztec temple, buried for centuries beneath the bustling streets of the city. She wasn't just on the cusp of history, she was about to rewrite it. "Everything checks out," her assistant, Sofia Lopez, said as she approached, her voice calm but laced with that unmistakable curiosity Emma had come to recognize. Sofia was a fellow archaeologist, quick-witted and fiercely loyal, always ready for whatever dangers the unknown might throw their way. Emma gave a tight nod but didn't take her eyes off the ruined stonework. "We need to begin excavation here," she said, voice low but determined. "This could be the temple of the last high priestess. I'm sure of it." Sofia glanced at the entrance to the underground chamber they were about to open. "If you say so, but I don't understand how the Mexican government missed this all these years. I thought we had already mapped everything in this area." Emma had her theories, but she didn't feel like sharing them just yet. She knew there were dangers in unveiling the ancient site. Dangers beyond the crumbling stones, beyond the dust and the decay. Some secrets were buried for a reason. They gathered their tools and began their work, carefully chiseling away at the layers of dirt and stone that had kept the chamber hidden. The sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the ruins, making the air feel heavy with the weight of centuries. Finally, the last stone fell away, revealing a narrow passage. Emma's pulse quickened. "We're in," she whispered, as though the chamber itself could hear her words. Sofia took a deep breath, but it was Emma who stepped forward, pulling out a flashlight to illuminate the shadows within. The walls were etched with intricate carvings, symbols that seemed to dance in the flickering light. "Look at this," Sofia breathed, her voice hushed with awe. At the far end of the chamber, nestled between two stone statues of jaguar warriors, lay an altar covered in dust. But it wasn't the altar that drew Emma's attention. It was the small stone box resting on top. Its surface was carved with the same symbols that adorned the chamber's walls, symbols she had seen before in her research, Aztec glyphs. But this was something more, a hidden language, a language that, until now, had been lost to time. Without hesitation, Emma approached the altar and gently lifted the box. It felt heavier than it should, as though it contained not only history, but power. Her fingers brushed against the cool stone, and in that moment, a sharp tremor ran through her body. She gasped and set the box down, momentarily disoriented. "Emma, are you okay?" Sofia asked, alarmed. Emma steadied herself, shaking off the strange sensation. "I'm fine, but I think we've found something much bigger than we anticipated." Opening the box was a slow, deliberate process. As she pried it open, Emma felt the weight of anticipation pressing down on her chest. Inside was a scroll, wrapped in leather, covered in dust. But this wasn't just any scroll. The moment she touched it, she felt the unmistakable pulse of something ancient, something powerful, radiating from within. She unfurled the scroll carefully, her heart pounding in her chest. The writing was unlike any Aztec script she had ever encountered. It was a mixture of intricate glyphs and abstract symbols, so precise, so deliberate, that it seemed to pulse with its own life. Sofia leaned in to peer over her shoulder. "What is it?" "I think this is a record," Emma murmured, her fingers trembling as she traced the strange markings. "A record of the last high priestess, the one who foresaw the fall of the Aztec Empire." As she spoke the words, she felt something stir in the air around them, a shift as though the very chamber was listening. She couldn't shake the feeling, that they had just uncovered something that was never meant to be found, and worse, something that might not let them leave. A shiver ran down her spine, but she couldn't stop now. The answers she had been searching for her entire life lay right in front of her. The chamber seemed to grow colder as Emma unrolled the ancient scroll further, the symbols twisting and shifting in the dim light, almost as if alive. A soft, rustling noise echoed through the space, sending a prickling sensation up her arms. Sophia, standing nearby, didn't seem to notice, but Emma couldn't shake the feeling that something was stirring just out of sight. "Emma, look at this," Sophia said, pulling a small, tarnished bronze plate from a nearby shelf. It was engraved with similar glyphs to those on the scroll. The same jaguar warriors, the same twisting symbols of the gods. "Do you think this might be a key to understanding the scroll?" Emma took the plate from her hands, her fingers still lingering on the scroll. "It could be. These symbols, they're familiar, but there's something different about them." She traced the edges of the plate carefully, her breath catching as she realized that one of the symbols on the bronze seemed to match an unfamiliar mark she had seen in her dreams, an abstract spiral. "This isn't just a relic. It's part of something bigger." Sophia frowned. "What do you mean?" Emma hesitated. "I'm not sure yet, but I think we've stumbled upon something more dangerous than we realized." A low rumble suddenly shook the earth beneath their feet, causing the walls to tremble and dust to fall from the ceiling. Emma dropped the scroll, her heart leaping into her throat as the room seemed to pulse with a strange energy. Sophia gasped and stepped back, her hand gripping Emma's arm. "What was that?" Sophia asked, wide-eyed. "I don't know, but we need to leave," Emma said, her voice taut with urgency. She scrambled to grab the scroll, clutching it tightly against her chest. "Something is awakening." They rushed toward the exit, but as they reached the chamber's threshold, a figure appeared in the doorway, a shadowy form that made the air feel even heavier. "Leave it," a deep voice commanded. Emma froze, her heart racing as her eyes adjusted to the dim light. The figure was tall, wearing dark robes that obscured his face. He was older, his posture straight and unwavering, yet there was an aura of menace that clung to him like a second skin. "Who are you?" Emma demanded, stepping in front of Sophia protectively. The man didn't answer right away. Instead, he took a deliberate step forward, his presence pressing into the space like a physical weight. His eyes, cold and unblinking, were hidden beneath the shadow of his hood, but Emma felt the intensity of his gaze sear through her. "That scroll belongs to us," he finally said, his voice low and guttural. "It is not for you to uncover." Emma's mind raced. She'd heard rumors, whispers of a secret society that had guarded Aztec knowledge for centuries. But this man, this figure, seemed different. His very being felt tied to the ancient world. He wasn't just some historian or archaeologist. He was something more. "You'll never understand its power," the man continued, his voice tightening. "You're meddling with forces you cannot control." Sophia, ever the skeptic, frowned. "And you are?" "Someone who knows the price of curiosity," the man replied, his voice darkening. "Curiosity is a luxury that has already claimed too many lives." Emma could feel the tension building, the weight of the man's words sinking in. She was no stranger to the dangers of archaeology, but this was different. This was something ancient. "We're not leaving without it," Emma said, her voice firm, though doubt began to creep into her mind. The man's lips curled into a cold smile. "Then you'll be the next to learn that truth." In that instant, the chamber shook once more, but this time the earth seemed to crack open, and a deep rumbling sound filled the air, growing louder and more frantic. Emma turned to Sophia, whose face had gone pale. "We need to get out of here now," Emma said, the urgency in her voice unmistakable. But the man didn't move. He simply stood there, as if he were waiting for them to act. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently, the very foundation of the ancient temple shifting. Then, with a deafening crack, the ceiling above them began to crumble. Stones fell from above, crashing to the ground around them. Emma grabbed Sophia's arm and pulled her toward the exit. The man remained unmoving, watching them with those piercing dark eyes. "You cannot run from what has been set in motion," he called. After them, his voice almost drowned out by the chaos around them. They made it outside just in time, the stone doors of the temple slamming shut behind them with a violent bang. The world seemed to settle for a moment, the noise of the collapsing chamber fading away. Emma stood in the cool evening air, panting as she looked back at the ruins. The man was gone. The temple, though, still loomed in the distance, as though it had swallowed them whole. "What just happened?" Sophia asked, her voice shaking. Emma glanced down at the scroll in her hands. Her heart was racing, her thoughts scattered. "I think we've just uncovered something much bigger than we thought," she said quietly. "Something dangerous." Sophia looked around nervously. "I don't understand. Who was that man? What did he mean?" Emma turned, her gaze fixed on the ruins. "I don't know, but I think we're in way over our heads." And as the sun sank beneath the horizon, casting long shadows over the ruins, Emma couldn't shake the feeling that the scroll was only the beginning. There was something far darker at play here, something ancient that was waking up, and it would stop at nothing to keep its secrets hidden. The journey back to the dig site was silent, the weight of the man's words lingering in Emma's mind like a heavy fog. The sun had nearly set, casting an eerie golden light over the city, and the streets seemed unnaturally quiet as they made their way through the ruins of Templo Mayor. There was a tension in the air, now a sense of being watched, as if unseen eyes were tracking their every move. Sophia was the first to speak, as they neared the makeshift camp they had set up on the outskirts of the site. "I don't like this, Emma. Who was that guy? What did he mean by curiosity has claimed too many lives?" Emma's fingers tightened around the scroll, her heart still pounding from the encounter. "I don't know. But I've heard rumors about a secret society, an order that traces its lineage back to the last high priestesses of the Aztec Empire. They've been guarding knowledge about the ancient Aztec gods for centuries. They must have been watching us." Sophia shot her a worried glance. "So, you think he was part of this society?" Emma nodded grimly. "I think he's more than just a member. He's someone who spent his life protecting that knowledge, and he'll stop at nothing to keep it hidden. Whatever's written on that scroll, it's far more dangerous than we realize." As they reached the camp, Emma's mind raced. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had crossed a line, one that she couldn't uncross. And as much as she wanted to lock the scroll away and forget the events of the day, she knew that the answers to the ancient mysteries lay within it. There was no turning back. "Maybe we should tell the authorities," Sophia suggested, though her voice was shaky. "This could be bigger than we thought. Dangerous people, secret societies. We don't know who else is involved." Emma hesitated. The scroll was their only lead, their only chance to understand what was truly at stake. But even as the words left her mouth, she realized they would be risking everything if they involved the wrong people. "No," she said firmly. "We keep this between us for now. The last thing we need is the government or anyone else getting involved. They won't understand what we're dealing with." Sophia sighed and nodded, but the unease in her eyes remained. "All right. But where do we go from here? We have no idea what these symbols mean." "I know someone who might," Emma replied, a glimmer of hope sparking in her chest. "There's a scholar, an expert in Aztec culture. His name is Tlaloc. He spent his life studying the old priesthood and its rituals. He might be able to help us decipher the scroll. Isn't he a bit mysterious?" Sophia asked, raising an eyebrow. "I mean, I've heard stories about him, but he's always been kind of reclusive. Are you sure he's the right person?" Emma nodded. "He's the only one who might have the answers we need. I trust him." Sophia glanced toward the setting sun, a long silence falling between them. "All right, let's go. But we're being careful." The next morning, after a restless night of little sleep, Emma and Sophia set out for Tlaloc's remote home in the mountains, about 2 hours north of Mexico City. The winding road through the dense jungle was treacherous, the sun barely peeking through the thick canopy above. The air was humid, heavy with the scent of damp earth and ancient trees. It was easy to see why Tlaloc had chosen this place for his home, isolated, hidden, and surrounded by nature's ancient power. When they arrived at his home, a small stone structure that blended seamlessly with the jungle, Emma knocked on the wooden door, her heart in her throat. A moment passed before the door creaked open, revealing a man in his late 60s, with long silver hair, a weathered face, and eyes that seemed to have seen centuries of history. His gaze was sharp, calculating. "Tlaloc," Emma greeted him respectfully. "It's been a long time." The old man studied her for a moment, his eyes flicking to Sophia before returning to Emma. "I've been expecting you, Emma Rivera," he said in a low, gravelly voice. "The winds have been whispering of your arrival." Sophia exchanged a glance with Emma, clearly unsettled by the man's words, but Emma gave her a reassuring look. She had known Tlaloc for years, and while his methods were unconventional, his knowledge of the Aztecs was unmatched. "I need your help," Emma said, her voice steady despite the knot in her stomach. "We've uncovered something ancient and dangerous. I don't understand it fully, but I need you to help us decipher it." Tlaloc's expression softened, though the shadows in his eyes deepened. "You found the scroll, haven't you?" Emma nodded. "How did you know?" Tlaloc stepped aside, allowing them entry into his home. The walls were covered with old maps, artifacts, and ancient texts, each one carefully catalogued. It was clear that he had spent his life devoted to the study of Aztec culture and history, but there was something unsettling about the way he spoke of the past. It was as though he was aware of forces far beyond the reach of ordinary men. "Come," he said, leading them into a small study where he had a desk cluttered with ancient books and scrolls. "Let me see this scroll of yours." Emma handed it to him carefully, and Tlaloc unfurled the delicate parchment. He studied it intently, his fingers tracing the symbols as his eyes flickered between the text and the faint glow of the room's oil lamps. "This," he murmured, his voice barely audible, "is not just a record of the priestesses. It's a warning." "A warning?" Sophia echoed, her eyebrows furrowing. Tlaloc's gaze met Emma's, his expression grave. "This scroll holds the key to unlocking the true power of the Aztec gods, but it also speaks of a curse, one that has been waiting for centuries to awaken." Emma's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" Tlaloc lowered his voice, as though speaking the words aloud would summon something from the shadows. "The priestess who wrote this scroll was the last of her kind. She foresaw the fall of Tenochtitlan, the coming of the Spanish invaders, and the destruction of her people. But she also foresaw the rise of something else, something darker, something that would rise with the uncovering of this knowledge." A chill ran down Emma's spine. "What is it? What's waiting?" Tlaloc's eyes darkened. "The power that was sealed away all those years ago. It is said that whoever possesses the scroll will awaken the ancient gods, and with them, the forces of darkness. You must stop this before it's too late, Emma." The weight of Tlaloc's words pressed down on Emma like a 1,000-ton boulder. She stared at the old man, her thoughts in turmoil. For years, she had dreamt of uncovering the lost secrets of the Aztecs, of piecing together the puzzle of their empire's rise and fall. But now, the puzzle was revealing a much darker truth, one that threatened not only her but the world itself. Sophia was the first to break the silence. "You're telling us that the scroll is cursed, that it could bring about the return of the gods?" Tlaloc nodded slowly, his face shadowed with worry. "It's not just the gods, child. It's the forces that slumbered for centuries, forces of destruction, of war, and of chaos. The ancient Aztecs believed they could control these powers, but they were wrong. And now, someone is trying to awaken them." Emma's mind raced. Who? The man we saw at the temple. Was he part of this group? The one trying to awaken these forces? Tlaloc's eyes darkened. Yes, he is one of them, part of the secret society that has been guarding the scroll for generations. They believe that the power of the Aztec gods is theirs to command, but they are fools, blinded by greed and arrogance. Sophia stepped forward, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and disbelief. "You're saying we're dealing with more than just a group of dangerous men. We're talking about ancient powers that could change everything. We've uncovered something that could destroy us all?" Tlalok met her gaze, his eyes hard as stone. "Exactly." Emma's heart pounded in her chest, but she forced herself to remain calm. She had come this far, she couldn't back down now. "We need to stop them, Tlalok. We need to find a way to prevent this curse from being unleashed." Tlalok's expression softened, but only slightly. "It is not so simple, Emma. The curse is tied to the very land, to the spirits of the Aztec gods. The only way to stop it is to uncover the full truth of the scroll. You must understand what the priestess foresaw, and you must do it before the society comes for you." Sophia frowned. "And what happens if we don't? What happens if they get their hands on the scroll?" Tlalok's voice dropped to a whisper. "The world will change. It will descend into chaos. The gods will return, and they will not be kind." Emma took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. She knew the path ahead would be fraught with danger, physical and supernatural, but there was no other choice. The stakes were higher than she could have ever imagined. She couldn't let the scroll fall into the wrong hands. "We have to keep moving forward," she said, her voice steady despite the fear bubbling beneath the surface. "We need to learn more about the prophecy in the scroll. If we understand it fully, we might be able to stop this." Tlalok studied her for a long moment before nodding. "Very well, but understand this: once you begin, there is no turning back. The forces you will awaken by unlocking the scroll will be felt everywhere. You will be hunted, Emma, and not just by men." A chill ran down her spine, but Emma squared her shoulders. She wasn't about to be deterred by fear. She had to know what the Aztec priestess had hidden away and how it could be stopped. "We're ready," she said, her voice firm. Tlalok led them deeper into his home, past shelves filled with ancient relics and artifacts, until they reached a large wooden table. The table was covered with maps, texts, and strange symbols, more than Emma had ever seen in one place. She recognized some of the symbols from the scroll, but there were others here that she hadn't encountered before. "These symbols," Tlalok explained, "are the key to understanding the prophecy. The priestess's writings are not merely a record of the past. They are a guide to what is to come, and they are the key to breaking the curse." He unrolled an ancient map on the table, one that seemed to trace the movements of the Aztec people, their migration, their conquests, and their eventual downfall. Emma's eyes scanned the map, noting the intricate details, but her attention was drawn to a section at the bottom, an area that wasn't on any of the modern maps she had seen. The map seemed to mark a hidden location deep within the jungle, a place she had never heard of before. "This," Tlalok said, pointing to the map, "is the location of the last temple of the priestesses. It is said to be the place where the scroll was hidden, where the ancient ritual to seal the gods' power away was performed." Emma leaned closer, her mind racing. "And this temple, do you think it still exists?" Tlalok's eyes gleamed with a mixture of curiosity and fear. "The temple is said to be hidden, buried deep within the jungle, but the path to it is fraught with danger. There are traps, illusions, and dark forces that protect it. Those who enter may never return." Sophia shuddered at the thought. "And you think we can find it?" "We must," Emma said, her voice resolute. "The secret society will be after us. We can't wait around for them to catch up. We have to find this temple before they do." Tlalok nodded slowly. "Very well, but you must be prepared. The journey will test you in ways you cannot imagine. And the curse," he hesitated, a dark shadow crossing his face. "The curse is real. Do not underestimate its power." The air outside Tlalok's home was thick with humidity, the jungle surrounding them alive with the sounds of distant birds, rustling leaves, and the occasional growl of unseen creatures. Emma and Sophia stood at the edge of the jungle, gazing at the dense foliage that stretched endlessly before them. The map Tlalok had given them was their only guide, and despite the experts' warnings, they knew there was no turning back. "Do you think we'll make it through this?" Sophia asked, her voice tinged with anxiety as she adjusted her backpack. Emma glanced at her, trying to offer a reassuring smile, though her own nerves were on edge. The journey ahead felt like stepping into the unknown and unknown, filled with ancient danger and unseen forces. But she had no choice. The scroll, the prophecy, the warnings, they all pointed to this one path. If they didn't move forward, the very secrets they'd uncovered would be used against them. "We have to," Emma said quietly, determination setting in her voice. "This is the only way to stop the society from awakening the gods. We can't let them use this power for their own gain." Sophia nodded, though the uncertainty still lingered in her eyes. "Just promise me we won't go blindly into this. We need to be prepared for whatever we face." "We will," Emma assured her. "We'll stick together, and we'll be careful." Talok said the temple is hidden deep in the jungle, but we have the map. If we follow it, we should be able to find it. And so, with the weight of the scroll in Emma's pack and the looming uncertainty ahead, they set off into the jungle. The path was rough, and the dense vegetation made it difficult to move quickly. Every step forward seemed to bring new obstacles: thorn-covered vines, jagged rocks, and hidden roots that threatened to trip them. But Emma was focused, her eyes constantly scanning the map, ensuring they were on the right course. The sun beat down on them, and sweat clung to their skin, but there was no turning back now. They had a purpose, and it drove them forward. As the hours passed, the jungle grew darker, the air heavier. The oppressive humidity seemed to settle around them, and the shadows stretched longer as the sun dipped low in the sky. They paused to take a breath, only for Emma to feel a strange, inexplicable chill run down her spine. It wasn't the temperature, but something else, an eerie sensation, as though they were being watched. "Sophia," Emma said softly, her voice laced with unease. "Do you feel that?" Sophia glanced around nervously. "Feel what?" "Like something is out there, watching us." Emma's eyes scanned the shadows, but all she saw were the looming trees and the thick undergrowth. Sophia's eyes narrowed, but she didn't speak for a moment. "I think you're just imagining it. We've been walking for hours, and this jungle isn't exactly friendly. But," she paused, her gaze flicking toward the darkening horizon, "maybe we should take a break. Rest for a bit." Emma reluctantly agreed. The sun was almost gone, and they needed to find shelter for the night. They set up camp beneath the thick canopy of trees, a small fire crackling between them. The jungle felt alive, its sounds growing more intense as night descended. There was a rhythm to the jungle, a pulse that seemed to echo with the heartbeat of the earth itself. But as Emma sat by the fire, staring into the dancing flames, she couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't alone. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every crack of a branch, felt like it was being made by something other than the usual nocturnal creatures. "Sophia," she said quietly, "we need to keep our guard up. Something's out there." Sophia, her eyes flicking nervously to the jungle around them, nodded. "I'll take the first watch." Emma didn't argue. She settled down on the ground, pulling her cloak around her to ward off the evening chill, but sleep eluded her. Instead, her mind raced with the gravity of their mission, the temple, the scroll, the curse. It was all connected, she could feel it. The ancient power that had been sealed away was no longer dormant. It was waking, and they were walking right into its path. Hours later, Emma awoke with a start, the crackle of the fire the only sound in the stillness. She glanced at Sophia, who was still standing watch, her eyes alert. But when Sophia's gaze met hers, Emma saw something that made her blood run cold. It was as if Sophia had seen something that terrified her. "Sophia?" Emma whispered, her voice hoarse. But before Sophia could answer, the jungle came alive. A piercing, high-pitched screech tore through the air, followed by a sudden rustling of leaves. Emma's heart leaped in her chest as she scrambled to her feet. She could hear the sound of heavy footsteps, though no figure emerged from the darkness. The air itself seemed to shift, the very ground beneath them trembling as if in response to some ancient force stirring awake. "Sophia!" Emma shouted, but her voice was drowned out by the growing cacophony of the jungle, an eerie, unnatural noise that filled the air with menace. Sophia's face was pale, her body rigid with fear. "We're not alone," she whispered, her voice shaking. And then, through the haze of shadows, Emma saw something moving in the distance. It wasn't an animal, but a figure, cloaked in darkness, its form shifting and swaying unnaturally. The figure was tall, impossibly tall, with a presence that seemed to fill the jungle. And as it moved closer, Emma felt a cold, malevolent energy reach out toward them, something ancient, something that didn't belong to this world. "We need to go," Emma said urgently, grabbing Sophia's arm. "Now." But the figure didn't let them go so easily. It advanced, its shape becoming clearer in the dim light. Its eyes glowed with an eerie light, and its voice, if it could even be called a voice, was a low, vibrating hum that seemed to resonate deep in Emma's bones. "You cannot escape," it intoned, its voice both distant and near. "The curse has been awakened. The gods will return," Sophia screamed, pulling away from Emma as the figure advanced on them. "What do we do?" she cried. Emma's mind raced. The map, the scroll. They had to make it to the temple. It was their only chance. "Follow me," Emma shouted, grabbing Sophia's hand and pulling her into the thick jungle. Behind them, the sound of the figure's presence grew louder, more insistent. Whatever it wasn't just a guardian of the jungle, it was something more. They ran, the jungle closing in around them, but Emma refused to look back. The figure was chasing them, and the jungle was alive with its haunting presence. They had to reach the temple. They had to stop the curse before it consumed them both. The jungle seemed to close in on them as they ran, the oppressive weight of the darkness growing heavier with every step. Emma could feel the hot breath of something ancient and powerful on the back of her neck, the eerie hum of the figure's voice reverberating through the air. It was as though the very earth beneath them was alive, reacting to their presence, to the curse they had awakened. Sophia stumbled, her breath ragged, but Emma kept pulling her forward. "We can't stop," she gasped. "We have to keep going." Sophia nodded, her face pale with fear, but determination flickered in her eyes. "Where are we going?" "The map doesn't show any path through this jungle." Emma's heart raced as she scanned the dense trees and tangled underbrush. The figure, whatever it was still behind them, its presence an overwhelming weight that seemed to bend the very fabric of reality. "We have to find the temple," Emma said, her voice tight. "The map. The temple is the only place that can stop this." But with every step, the jungle seemed to shift. The trees twisted, and the ground rose and fell in unnatural ways, as though the land itself were conspiring against them. The air grew thick with a strange, intoxicating scent, like earth, smoke, and something else, something more ancient. Sophia's voice was barely a whisper as they ran. "Emma, this isn't right. It's like the jungle itself is alive." Emma didn't have the time or energy to answer. Her eyes were fixed ahead, trying to make sense of the strange path they were following. It felt wrong, unnatural, but the map in her hand, the symbols etched in its corners, seemed to guide them, even though everything around them screamed that they shouldn't be here. As they moved deeper into the jungle, Emma began to feel the ground shift beneath her feet. The path they were following seemed to grow narrower, the trees on either side looming like silent sentinels. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping as if night had come early. Then, through the dense foliage, Emma saw an opening in the jungle, like the mouth of a cave. The trees parted just enough to reveal a stone structure, covered in moss and vines, that rose from the earth like a forgotten monolith. It was the temple. She could feel it, the power of the place, ancient and alive, thrumming in the air. "We made it," Emma whispered, her voice filled with a mix of relief and dread. But just as they approached, the ground beneath their feet rumbled, and the jungle seemed to stir, as though the entire forest had come to life. A sharp, chilling screech echoed through the trees, and Emma spun around, her heart pounding in her chest. The figure was back, closer now, its tall form looming over them, impossibly large. Its glowing eyes burned with an unholy light, and its voice rang out again, louder this time, vibrating the very air around them. "The temple cannot protect you," it intoned, its voice like the sound of stone grinding against stone. "The curse is eternal. You have disturbed the balance. You will never leave this place." Emma's blood ran cold. This wasn't just a guardian or some supernatural entity. It was something far older, far more dangerous. Something tied to the very land they stood upon. "We have to go inside," Emma said urgently, grabbing Sophia's arm. "The temple. It's the only chance we have." Without another word, they ran for the temple, the figure's presence behind them like a storm. The doors of the temple, massive stone slabs covered in intricate carvings, seemed to beckon them in. Emma pushed against the stone, feeling the weight of the ancient structure, but to her surprise, the door creaked open with a groan, as though it had been waiting for them. They rushed inside, and the door slammed shut behind them with a deafening crash, sealing them inside. The temple was dim, the air cool and heavy with the scent of old stone and dust. The walls were covered in faded murals, depictions of gods and warriors, of rituals and ceremonies, all illuminated by the flickering light of their torches. But there was something else, something darker in the shadows. The atmosphere felt thick, as if the temple itself held a secret that had been buried for centuries. Sophia took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. "We're inside. We're safe for now." Emma nodded, but her eyes were fixed on the center of the temple. A massive altar stood there, made of dark stone, its surface carved with symbols she recognized from the scroll. She felt drawn to it, an overwhelming sense of urgency pulling her forward. "We need to do this," Emma said, her voice tight. "We need to unlock the secrets of the scroll, now." Sophia stepped forward hesitantly. "But how? What are we supposed to do with it?" Emma turned to the altar, her fingers clutching the scroll in her bag. She could feel it, the connection between the temple, the scroll, and the ancient power that had been hidden here for so long. The answers were here, buried in the very stones of the temple. "I think." Emma trailed off as a sudden realization hit her. This altar. The priestesses performed a ritual here, a ritual to seal away the gods. We need to complete it, to finish what they started. The scroll is the key. But as she moved closer to the altar, the ground beneath them shook again, harder this time. The walls of the temple groaned, and the torches flickered as though the very structure of the temple was beginning to come alive. Sophia looked around, panic rising in her voice. "Emma, we're not alone here. There's something." Before she could finish, a low, guttural growl echoed through the temple, and Emma's heart skipped a beat. From the shadows, figures began to emerge, creatures unlike any she had ever seen. Their bodies were twisted, malformed, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. They moved with a chilling grace, their forms shifting and flickering like shadows in the firelight. "The guardians of the temple," Emma whispered, her voice filled with dread. Sophia's eyes widened. "We're trapped." Emma didn't have time to think. She grabbed the scroll from her bag and began to unroll it, hoping that somehow this was the key to stopping the guardians and completing the ritual. The scroll shimmered in her hands, the symbols glowing faintly in the dim light. And then, in a flash of insight, Emma understood. The ritual, the one that the priestesses had begun centuries ago, could only be completed by invoking the ancient gods. The power they had sealed away was returning, and it was up to Emma to finish what had been started. But it was not a simple act. The price would be steep. The guardians moved closer, their eyes glowing with an eerie light, their bodies shifting like shadows in the flickering torchlight. The air in the temple grew colder, and Emma could feel the oppressive weight of their presence pressing down on her. These were no mere protectors, they were ancient entities, tied to the very fabric of the Aztec gods, and they were not here to let her complete the ritual. Emma's hands shook as she unrolled the scroll, the strange symbols glowing more brightly with every second. The weight of the knowledge, the power it held, seemed to fill the air, thickening it, until it was almost unbearable. "Sophia, we need to start the ritual," Emma said, her voice tight with urgency. "The scroll, it's the only way to stop them. We have to invoke the gods. I think it's the only way to stop the curse." Sophia looked around in sheer panic as the guardians grew nearer. "Emma, are you sure? What if this goes wrong? What if—" "We have no choice," Emma interrupted, her voice fierce. "We're already too far in. This is our only chance." Emma turned her attention back to the scroll, her eyes scanning the ancient text. The symbols were a puzzle, cryptic, elusive, but she had spent years studying them, piecing together their meanings. This was her moment to unlock the final piece. But as she read aloud the incantation written on the scroll, the temple began to react. The walls trembled, the very stones vibrating under the weight of the ancient power that was being awakened. The guardians hissed, their forms flickering with malevolent energy, their twisted faces now fully visible, cloaked in darkness and rage. The first guardian, a towering figure with jagged features and eyes like burning coals, lunged toward them, its claws extended. Emma gasped, but before she could react, the ground beneath her feet cracked open, a bright, fiery light pouring from the temple floor. Sophia screamed, stumbling back as the light grew blinding. But Emma didn't move. She couldn't stop now. She had to finish the ritual. She had to control the power. The guardians roared in anger, their forms writhing, as though the very words Emma was speaking were causing them pain. But Emma pressed on, her voice growing stronger, as though the ancient language was becoming a part of her. And then, with a sudden burst of energy, the altar at the center of the temple began to glow, a brilliant golden light erupting from its core. The stone altar cracked open, revealing a hidden chamber beneath. From within, a cold, ethereal wind swept out, carrying with it the weight of centuries, the power of the gods themselves. The guardians shrieked in agony, their forms flickering and distorting as the light grew brighter. They tried to retreat, but the light was all-encompassing, trapping them in its brilliance. Emma could feel the immense pressure of the power building around her, but she didn't stop. She knew what she had to do. By the power of the gods, Emma intoned, her voice unwavering. "I call upon the ancient forces, the ones who shaped this world. I invoke the last of the priestesses. Guide us, protect us, end the curse." The air around her seemed to crackle with energy. The light from the altar grew blinding, and Emma's body was filled with a strange warmth, a connection to something ancient, something beyond human comprehension. She felt herself being lifted, her consciousness expanding, her mind touching the edges of the divine. For a moment, she was no longer just Emma Rivera. She was part of something greater, something eternal. The gods, the priestesses, the jungle itself, they were all with her now. But even as the power surged through her, Emma felt a sharp pain in her chest. The guardians were still there, their dark energy trying to fight back. She could feel their malevolent will, like a shadow trying to pull her under. Sophia grabbed Emma's arm, her voice frantic. "Emma, you have to stop. You're losing yourself." Emma shook her head, struggling to stay grounded in her own body. "I can't stop now. I have to finish it." The power swirled around her, dizzying, overwhelming. The temple shook, the stone pillars groaning as if they were alive. The guardians were fighting, but they were weakening, their forms flickering as though the very energy of the ritual was draining them. But then, with a final surge of energy, Emma felt the temple's power reach its peak. The light from the altar exploded outward, consuming the guardians in a brilliant burst of golden light. Their twisted forms screamed as they disintegrated, their power vanishing into the ether. Emma fell to her knees, gasping for breath, the power of the ritual still coursing through her. The air grew still, the oppressive weight lifting as the guardians were vanquished. The temple's energy began to fade, returning to its dormant state. The jungle outside grew quiet once again. Sophia knelt beside her, her eyes wide with concern. "Emma, are you okay?" Emma's body trembled, but she managed a faint smile. I think we did it." The scroll in her hand seemed to pulse one last time, Then the symbols faded, the glow dying away. The curse had been broken. The ancient gods were no longer a threat. The power had been sealed away once again. But as Emma looked at the altar, at the place where the guardians had once stood, she couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't the end. The power they had awakened had been immense, too immense. And she knew that somewhere, deep in the heart of the jungle, the story wasn't over. The priestess's legacy, the secrets they had hidden, would live on. And as long as the world held its ancient mysteries, there would always be more to uncover. The curse was broken for now, but the balance was delicate. Emma stood, shakily, as the last remnants of the light faded. "Let's go," she said, her voice quiet but determined. There's always more to learn. The jungle was still. The air was thick with the hum of life, but the oppressive presence of the guardians had faded. The temple, once alive with ancient power, now seemed to rest in a quiet peace, as if the very stones were taking a deep, relieved breath after centuries of turmoil. Emma and Sophia stood in the center of the temple, surrounded by the remnants of the ritual. The altar, now dim and unassuming, had once been the focal point of a vast and ancient force, but now it was just to place another piece of history, waiting to be remembered. Sophia looked around the temple with awe. We did it, Emma," she whispered, her voice filled with reverence. "We stopped it." Emma smiled, though there was a heaviness in her chest. She had saved the world from an ancient curse, but she also knew that some mysteries were never truly gone. The power they had unleashed in the temple was too great, too ancient to be completely forgotten. It would linger, woven into the fabric of the world, a quiet whisper beneath the surface of time. But for now it was dormant. "We did," Emma said softly. She looked down at the scroll, now nothing more than a tattered, faded relic. The symbols that had once glowed so brightly were barely visible now, like whispers of a time long past. But the story, it's not over. It's never over. Sophia nodded, understanding the depth of Emma's words. The legacy of the Aztecs of the gods and the priestesses would always be part of them now. It was more than just a historical mystery. It was a connection to something ancient, something primal that flowed through the very veins of the earth. As they turned to leave the temple, the jungle around them felt different. The shadows were softer, the air lighter. It was as if the very land had been released from a burden it had carried for centuries. Emma took a deep breath, letting the scent of the jungle fill her lungs. The world, in its infinite complexity, had always been full of mystery. But sometimes, the greatest discovery was not in uncovering secrets, but in understanding the responsibility of knowing them. They emerged from the temple into the quiet embrace of the jungle, the sunlight breaking through the trees in gentle rays. For the first time since they had arrived, Emma felt a sense of peace. The path ahead was unclear, but she no longer felt the weight of the past pulling her forward. She had done what she needed to do. Sophia looked up at the sky, the golden light filtering through the leaves, casting a soft glow on her face. "You think we'll ever understand it all?" she asked, her voice thoughtful. Emma paused, considering the question. There was so much they still didn't know so much. The world had hidden away in its folds. But as she looked around her, at the jungle teeming with life and the ruins of a lost civilization, she realized that some mysteries were meant to remain just that, mysteries. "I don't think we're supposed to understand it all," Emma said, her voice serene. "Some things are meant to be felt, not understood. The past, the power of the priestesses, they're part of this world. And we, like everyone else, are just trying to make sense of it. We're part of the story too." Sophia smiled, and they continued walking together, leaving the temple behind them. The jungle was alive with the sounds of the creatures that called it home, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves in the wind. Everything seemed to be in perfect harmony. The curse had been lifted, but the balance was fragile. The world, with all its ancient secrets, would continue to turn. But Emma knew one thing for sure. Whatever came next, she was ready. The past had taught her that there was always something greater than herself at play, and that, sometimes, The greatest adventure was not in the discovery, but in the quiet moments of understanding, in the peace that came after the storm. As they walked, the temple faded into the distance, its secrets now kept safe. Emma felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a sense that this chapter of her life was closing, but another was just beginning. And whatever that journey was, she would face it with the same courage and wonder that had brought her to this moment. The world was full of mysteries, and Emma was ready to discover them all one step at a time. The end. Story 5. The Tomb of the Gods of Olympus. Dr. Alexandra Thorne was not one to be easily impressed. The piles of dusty manuscripts she had pored over in her years as an archaeologist had long since blurred into a haze of ancient scribbles, fragmented texts, and dry academic debates. Yet, as she carefully opened the tattered pages of the manuscript that had been left to her by her late mentor, Professor Atwood, something about it was different. It wasn't just the age of the parchment, nor the elegant, almost otherworldly script. It was the unmistakable feeling that she had stumbled upon something more. The old library in Athens was quiet, save for the rustling of paper and the soft creak of the wooden shelves that had stood for centuries. The walls, lined with shelves of fragile, weathered books, seemed to hum with a quiet reverence, as though they knew the significance of what was about to unfold. Alexandra, however, was too absorbed in the manuscript to notice. Her fingers traced the unfamiliar characters, her eyes scanning the cryptic lines. It was clear that this was no ordinary text. It spoke of a tomb hidden deep within the slopes of Mount Olympus, a tomb that housed not just mortal remains, but the very gods of ancient Greece. Gods? Alexandra muttered under her breath. Her pulse quickened. Could it be? She had heard rumors, whispered tales in the academic circles. But this was different. This manuscript didn't just describe gods in the usual mythical sense. It suggested that they were buried, sealed away, their final resting place hidden by powerful forces. With a quiet gasp, she turned the page, her eyes widening as she read the final lines. To find the resting place of Olympus, one must first seek the hidden seal. When the gods are awakened, the world shall tremble. But beware, for only the worthy may enter, and the unworthy shall never leave. Alexandra felt a shiver run down her spine. The weight of the words settled on her like a shadow. This was it, the discovery that could change everything she thought she knew about history, about the gods, and the ancient world. The next few hours passed in a blur of excitement and nerves. She knew what she had to do. She gathered her things, her heart pounding with anticipation. This discovery was monumental, and there was no time to waste. Mount Olympus had long been a place of legend, a towering peak where gods had once walked and where mortals had dared to venture in search of their favor. But the idea that a tomb, an actual tomb, was hidden beneath its slopes, containing the remains of those very gods, was a thought so extraordinary that it bordered on insanity. But Alexandra wasn't the type to dismiss such things. If there was one thing she had learned during her years of study, it was that the lines between myth and reality were often thinner than people like to believe. She grabbed her coat and headed for the door, her mind racing with possibilities. She would need a team, guides, translators, and perhaps even a local historian. This wouldn't be an easy journey. But as she stood on the doorstep of the library, a quiet unease settled in her chest. She glanced back at the building behind her, the ancient library that had provided so many answers over the years. Now, it felt like she was walking away from everything familiar, stepping into a mystery far larger than anything she had ever encountered before. As she walked down the cobbled street of Athens, a thought crossed her mind, one that she would soon regret not heeding. She wasn't the only one who knew about the manuscript. The streets of Athens, once bustling with tourists and city life, now seemed distant, almost surreal. As Alexandra walked towards the docks, her mind was consumed by 1,000 thoughts, each one more urgent than the last. She had been to Greece countless times, but this time, the city felt different. It felt like a gateway to a secret world, one she had only glimpsed through the veil of myths and legends. Her fingers tightened around the manuscript, which she had carefully tucked into her bag. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. Maybe it was the mounting tension in her chest, or perhaps it was the weight of what lay ahead. Either way, her instincts told her that she wasn't the only one who knew about the tomb. Arriving at the docks, Alexandra found a small, weathered boat waiting for her. The boat's captain, a grizzled old man named Nikos, stood by, his face a map of wrinkles and scars, as though time had carved its story into him. "You're late, Miss Thorne," Nikos said gruffly, eyeing her with suspicion. "I thought you'd changed your mind." Most do when they hear about the mountain. Alexandra gave a brief smile, though her heart wasn't in it. "I'm here, aren't I?" Nikos grunted, pushing the boat out into the water. As they sailed toward the distant, looming mountain that was Mount Olympus, Alexandra tried to calm her nerves. She wasn't sure what awaited her at the peak, but she could feel the pull of something ancient, something powerful. The tomb was close, too close now to turn back. As the boat rocked gently on the waves, she began to piece together what she had learned from the manuscript. According to the text, the tomb of the gods was not merely a burial place, but a vault guarded by both natural and supernatural forces. Whoever had constructed it had gone to great lengths to ensure it stayed hidden, even if the world had forgotten the true meaning of the gods. But what if they weren't just gods? The more Alexandra thought about it, the more the pieces of the puzzle seemed to fall into place. What if the gods had been rulers, once powerful beings who manipulated the world in ways that the modern world could scarcely imagine? What if they had left something behind, a weapon, a message, a truth, something that could rewrite history? The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows over the water. As the last sliver of light vanished, Alexandra felt a strange chill in the air. The mountain loomed larger now, its peaks disappearing into the misty clouds. The air around them seemed to shift, thick with an oppressive weight. "It gets colder as we approach," Nikos said, breaking the silence. "They say the mountain holds secrets that man was never meant to know. I've heard stories of men who went up there and never came back." Alexandra didn't answer. She had heard the same stories, but she wasn't like the others. She was driven by something deeper than fear, a desire to understand, to uncover the truth. And she would go wherever the clues led her. As the boat neared the rocky shores at the base of Mount Olympus, Alexandra's heart raced. She could already see the faint outline of an old stone path that wound up the mountain, hidden among the dense trees. A dark, foreboding feeling washed over her, but she brushed it aside. She had come too far to turn back now. Nikos guided the boat to a small, secluded cove. "This is as far as I go," he said. "The rest is up to you." With a heavy breath, Alexandra stepped onto the shore, her boots sinking slightly into the soft earth. She looked up at the towering peak of Olympus. It was hard to believe that beneath all that stone and myth, there could be a tomb, the resting place of the gods themselves. Yet here she was, standing at the foot of something far greater than she could have ever imagined. Without another word, Nikos turned the boat around and sailed away into the night, leaving Alexandra standing alone at the edge of the mountain, the weight of the world on her shoulders. The silence of Mount Olympus was deafening. As Alexandra stood at the base of the mountain, her breath visible in the cold night air, she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her. The very ground beneath her feet felt ancient, as though the mountain itself carried the weight of centuries of untold stories. She adjusted the straps of her backpack, feeling the weight of the tools she'd packed: compasses, maps, and a small flashlight, though she doubted the latter would be of much use once she reached the tomb's depths. The manuscript had described the path leading up the mountain, though it had given little away. It spoke in riddles, of doors that opened only to those deemed worthy, and of a guardian spirit who would test those seeking entrance. Alexandra had no idea what awaited her, but the thrill of discovery propelled her forward. The narrow path up the mountain wound through dense trees, their branches gnarled and twisted like ancient hands reaching toward the sky. Every step she took seemed to echo in the stillness of the night, as if the mountain itself was holding its breath. As she climbed higher, the temperature dropped, and a thick fog began to roll in, shrouding the landscape in a ghostly pallor. The air grew heavier, charged with an energy she couldn't explain. Alexandra paused, glancing around. She could have sworn she saw something move in the mist, but when she turned, there was nothing there. Shaking off the unease, she continued her ascent, the steep incline making each step more difficult than the last. Her legs burned, but she pressed on. According to the manuscript, the tomb wasn't much further, hidden in the heart of the mountain's most treacherous cliffs. But as Alexandra neared the next bend in the trail, something unexpected happened. A low rumble vibrated through the ground, followed by a faint tremor. Alexandra froze, her heart racing. It wasn't an earthquake, no. This was different. This tremor was deliberate, like the mountain itself was waking up. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of distant, echoing footsteps. Footsteps that seemed to be coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Alexandra's pulse quickened as she looked around, but the fog obscured her vision. She couldn't see anything, yet the presence of something ancient and powerful lingered, like a shadow cast upon her very soul. "Who's there?" Alexandra called out, though her voice trembled in the oppressive stillness. No response. But then, a figure emerged from the fog. A tall man, draped in dark robes that seemed to shimmer and shift like liquid shadows. His face was obscured, but his eyes glowed with an eerie, unnatural light. Alexandra instinctively took a step back, but the figure raised a hand, motioning for her to stop. The air around them seemed to thrum with energy, as if the very fabric of reality was bending to the will of the mysterious figure. "I am the Guardian," the figure spoke, his voice deep and resonant, like the voice of the mountain itself. "You seek what should not be found." Alexandra's throat went dry. This was it, the Guardian of the tomb, the entity that had been mentioned in the manuscript. She had expected something supernatural, but seeing it with her own eyes was a different matter altogether. I don't understand," she stammered. "I'm here to learn. I seek knowledge, not to disturb anything." The Guardian's eyes flickered, and for a brief moment, Alexandra thought she saw something familiar in them, a glimmer of something human, something vulnerable. But then it was gone, replaced by an unyielding coldness. "The gods were never meant to be disturbed," the Guardian intoned. "What you seek lies beyond what your mortal mind can comprehend. The price of knowledge is steep. Will you still pursue it?" Alexandra's heart raced, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The path ahead was clearer now, the danger more tangible than ever. But this was what she had come for. This was the truth she had long sought. "I will," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "I'll take whatever price comes with it." The Guardian remained silent for a moment, his gaze piercing into her very soul. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Then follow me," he said. "But know this, if you are not ready for what you will find, you will not return." With that, the Guardian turned and disappeared into the fog. Alexandra hesitated for a moment, her instincts screaming at her to turn back. But she had come too far. This was the moment of truth. With one last glance at the path behind her, she took a deep breath and followed. The journey into the heart of the mountain had just begun. The fog was thick, curling around her like a living thing, as Alexandra followed the Guardian's silent form deeper into the heart of Mount Olympus. Every step she took seemed to reverberate in the thick, cold air, and the sound of her own heartbeat grew louder, syncing with the haunting rhythm of the mountain. The Guardian, moving with unnatural grace, led the way through a labyrinth of stone corridors that seemed to shift and change as they walked. The walls, smooth and ancient, were covered with symbols, runes, and pictographs that Alexandra had never seen before. Her hand brushed against the cool stone, and a shiver ran down her spine. These markings were old, older than anything she had ever studied, and yet they seemed alive, pulsing faintly. as though they were meant to guide her through the mountain's veins. "How much further?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The guardian didn't answer, his robes trailing behind him like dark shadows, his face still hidden in the obscurity of his hood. Alexandra tried to study him more closely, but his figure was elusive, like the mist surrounding them. His presence seemed to warp the very space around them, distorting the light as if reality itself were bending to his will. They continued, deeper still, until they reached a vast, vaulted chamber. The air here was thick with age, the stone walls worn smooth by time, yet the room was far from empty. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone altar, covered in dust and ancient offerings bones, shattered pottery, and strange artifacts that shimmered faintly in the dim light. The entire room felt oppressive, as though it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Alexandra's gaze darted to the far side of the room, where she saw something truly extraordinary, a massive door, set into the stone, its surface etched with intricate designs. This was it, the tomb. She could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her, the gravity of history converging in this very space. "This is it, isn't it?" she asked, her voice barely breaking the silence. The guardian finally turned to face her. His eyes glowed faintly, like two distant stars in the void. He nodded once, slowly. "The tomb lies beyond this door," he said, his voice resonating through the chamber. "But before you proceed, know this. The gods are not simply figures of myth. They were once rulers, and they are not as you imagine them. Their tomb is not just a resting place, it is a prison, a seal that holds back something far more dangerous than you can understand. The price for disturbing it is great." Alexandra stood frozen, a chill creeping up her spine as his words sank in. What was he saying? Was there more to this than simply uncovering ancient artifacts? She had always believed in the myths of the gods, their powers, their stories, their very existence, but she had never once considered the possibility that they might be something else entirely, something far darker. "You speak of them as if they're alive," she said slowly, fear creeping into her voice. "Are they not dead?" The guardian's eyes flashed, and for a moment, Alexandra could have sworn she saw something darker behind them, something ancient, something not quite human. "They are not dead," he replied, his voice as cold as the stone around them. "They are imprisoned, and their power is not gone, merely dormant. The tomb is a prison, and the seal that holds them is weakening. Only the worthy may pass through the threshold. If you seek to uncover what lies beyond this door, you must prove yourself worthy." 1,000 questions swirled in Alexandra's mind, but before she could speak, the guardian moved toward the door. With a slow, deliberate motion, he placed his hand upon the stone, and the room seemed to vibrate with an energy that made her skin tingle. The symbols on the door began to glow, faintly at first, then with increasing intensity. They shifted, rearranging themselves into a new pattern, like living runes dancing to an ancient rhythm. Alexandra took a step forward, drawn to the door, but her heart hammered in her chest. This was it, the threshold, the moment she had been waiting for her entire career. Her fingers itched to touch the stone, to unlock the secrets that lay beyond. But as she reached out, the guardian's hand shot out, stopping her. "Wait," he said, his voice suddenly firm. "To enter, you must first face the test. The tomb will not open unless you prove your worth. The gods will not allow an unworthy soul to pass." Alexandra stared at him, confusion and fear beginning to settle deep within her. What test? What must I do? The guardian stepped back, allowing the glowing symbols to grow brighter, the air around them growing colder with each passing moment. A deep, rumbling sound echoed from the chamber's walls, and the ground beneath Alexandra's feet trembled. The door began to shift, the ancient stone groaning, as if awakening from a long slumber. "The test," the guardian said, "is not one of strength or intellect. It is one of the heart. You will face your deepest fears, your darkest desires, and only if you overcome them will you be worthy of entering. Fail, and you will never leave. Alexandra felt her blood run cold. This was no ordinary tomb. It was not just a resting place for gods. It was a place of reckoning, a place where the very essence of one's soul would be tested. As the last of the door's markings shifted into place, Alexandra took a deep breath. The air was thick with tension, and the weight of the decision bore down on her shoulders. She had no idea what lay beyond that door, or what challenges she would face, but she had come too far to turn back now. With one final glance at the Guardian, she stepped forward, her hand reaching for the door. The moment her fingers brushed against the stone, a sharp, searing pain shot through her hand. It wasn't physical. It was a deep, searing ache that seemed to pierce her very soul. She gasped, pulling her hand away, but the pain lingered, as if something was trying to push its way into her mind. And then the door opened. As the door creaked open, a wave of ancient, cold air rushed out, enveloping Alexandra in an almost suffocating embrace. The pain in her hand faded, but the sensation lingered, an unspoken warning, a reminder that whatever lay beyond this threshold was not something she was meant to face alone. With a deep breath, Alexandra stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the tomb. The room beyond was vast, its walls towering and smooth, covered in intricate carvings that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The glow from the symbols on the door faded quickly, leaving the chamber shrouded in an eerie darkness, broken only by the faintest flicker of light coming from cracks in the stone. It was as though the very tomb was alive, breathing with the pulse of some forgotten force. The air inside was thick, heavy with the scent of ancient dust, and something else, something metallic, like the smell of blood. Alexandra's eyes adjusted to the dim light, and she could make out shapes in the darkness, shifting and moving with an unsettling rhythm. In the center of the room stood an altar, its surface etched with symbols she recognized from the manuscript. A single stone pillar rose behind it, crowned with a strange, shimmering object. It glowed faintly, as if it were a beacon calling her forward. Her pulse quickened. This was it, the heart of the tomb, the resting place of the gods, where their power was said to be sealed away. The object on the pillar, it had to be the key. She knew it in her bones. But as she took a step closer, a voice echoed through the chamber, deep and resonant. It came from nowhere and everywhere at once, reverberating off the stone walls, filling the tomb with a thunderous presence. Who dares disturb our slumber? The words were not spoken, but felt, resonating in her mind like a rumble of thunder. Alexandra froze, her breath catching in her throat. She felt the weight of those words, as though the very air was pressing down on her chest. Who dares defy the will of the gods? The voice repeated, louder this time, its power shaking the ground beneath her feet. Alexandra swallowed hard. Her heart pounded in her chest, and her mind raced. She had prepared herself for this moment, the moment of revelation, but now, in the face of such an overwhelming presence, she wasn't sure she was ready. The truth she had sought for so long now seemed so much more dangerous than she had ever imagined. "I am Dr. Alexandra Thorne," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I seek knowledge, not destruction. I only wish to learn." A low, menacing laugh echoed around her, and the air grew colder still. "Knowledge? You seek knowledge, child? You think you can bear the weight of what you will find here?" Alexandra's heart pounded in her ears, but she stood firm. "I can bear it," she said, her voice growing steadier with each word. "I have come this far. I will face whatever lies ahead." For a moment, there was silence. The tomb seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Then, slowly, the stone pillar began to shift, grinding against the floor with a sound that seemed to come from the very depths of the mountain. The object atop the pillar, a small, intricately carved stone, began to glow with a golden light, brighter than anything Alexandra had ever seen. The light seemed to pulse, like the heartbeat of the tomb itself. And as it grew brighter, the air around her began to hum with power. The seal is breaking, the voice intoned. The gods are awakening. You have chosen your path, Alexandra Thorne. But be warned, the price of knowledge is not just knowledge itself. You will face the gods not as myths, but as rulers of an ancient power. Will you truly continue? Alexandra hesitated for only a moment. She had come this far, and there was no turning back now. I will continue, she said firmly. I will face them, whatever they may be. A great rumbling shook the chamber, and the ground beneath her feet trembled, as though the very tomb were coming to life. The stone pillar began to crack, and the stone object atop it glowed brighter still, casting shadows that twisted and writhed like living things. Then, with a deafening roar, the object on the pillar shattered, sending shards of glowing stone spiraling through the air. The walls of the tomb cracked open, and a brilliant light erupted from the center of the room, blinding Alexandra. For a moment, everything was chaos. The light, the rumbling, the howling of ancient winds. Alexandra shielded her eyes, her heart racing, as she felt the very fabric of reality warp around her. It was as though the tomb itself was coming alive, awakening after millennia of slumber. Then the light receded, and the chamber fell silent. Alexandra's vision cleared, and what she saw before her made her blood run cold. Standing in the center of the room were figures she had only ever read about in ancient texts. Figures that could not possibly exist. They were gods, at least they appeared to be. Tall and imposing, their forms shimmering with an ethereal glow, their eyes burning with the knowledge of ages. They were not the gods of myth, no. They were something much older, much more powerful, and they were looking at her. We are the forgotten ones, one of the figures spoke, its voice like thunder. The ones who ruled the world before time itself had meaning. You have awakened us, Alexandra Thorne, and now you must face the consequences. The air grew thick with tension, and Alexandra could feel the weight of their gaze upon her. These were no mere gods of legend. These were rulers, ancient beings of unimaginable power, and she had awoken them. The weight of their gaze was almost unbearable. Alexandra felt as if the gods know. The rulers were reaching into her very soul, peeling back her thoughts, her fears, her desires. The room seemed to stretch around her, the air thick with their presence. For a moment she couldn't move, paralyzed by the sheer power radiating from the beings before her. Each step she had taken, each decision that had led her here, now felt insignificant in the face of such ancient forces. The first god, if that's what they were, stepped forward, towering over her. His features were sharp, almost cruel, with eyes that burned like molten gold. His skin shimmered, not quite human, not quite divine. He extended his hand toward her, and the ground beneath her feet trembled. You have come seeking knowledge, the god's voice rumbled, deep and omnipotent. But what you will find is not the truth you so desperately seek. The truth is a weapon, a curse, and you are unprepared to wield it. Alexandra's heart hammered in her chest, but she forced herself to speak, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her. I am prepared. I've come this far, and I won't turn back now. The god's lips curled into a smile, though there was no warmth in it, only the promise of something much darker. You think you are prepared. You have no idea what you've uncovered, what you've unleashed. The tomb was sealed for a reason. The gods were imprisoned for a reason. Imprisoned? Alexandra repeated, her voice barely a whisper. Why? Another of the gods, this one womanly, with silver hair that seemed to float in the air, stepped forward, her eyes glowing with an eerie light. We were not imprisoned for our sins. Mortal, she said, her voice like wind through the trees. We were imprisoned to protect humanity from the horrors we had created. We were the rulers, the creators of empires and civilizations, and we wielded power beyond your comprehension. But our power became a curse. We became gods who demanded worship, who craved control over the world we shaped. And then, Alexandra asked, her curiosity outweighing the terror she felt. What happened? The male god who had first spoken, the one with molten gold eyes, raised his hand. Our own creations, those we ruled over, revolted. We were betrayed by those we trusted, those we elevated to the highest places. They bound us here, sealed us within this tomb, because they feared us. They feared the power we held over life and death, and they feared what we could do to them, to their world. The silver-haired goddess tilted her head, her eyes narrowing as she studied Alexandra. You seek to undo the seal, don't you? You've come here to claim the knowledge of the gods, to awaken us, to free us. Alexandra swallowed, her throat dry. The truth was out there, but it wasn't as simple as she had imagined. She had come seeking knowledge, but now she wasn't sure if she was prepared to pay the price. I didn't come to free you, she said, her voice firming. I came to learn, to understand. What is this power? What is this knowledge? The gods exchanged, looked silent. Unspoken communication passed between them, like a crackling of ancient forces. The one with molten gold eyes spoke again, his voice colder than before. The knowledge you seek is not a gift, mortal. It is a burden. It is the key to unlocking untold power, but with it comes the weight of our past, our sins, our failures. Our legacy is cursed, and you will carry that curse if you dare seek it. Alexandra's breath caught in her chest. Then why are you still here? Why allow me to come this far? Because you are foolish enough to think you can handle it, the golden-eyed god said, his voice dripping with disdain. You seek to uncover the secrets of the gods, but you will find more than you ever bargained for. The chamber seemed to darken as the air grew colder still. Alexandra's hands trembled, but she forced herself to stand tall, to meet the gaze of the gods who stood before her. She had come this far, and she couldn't back down now. What happens if I refuse? She asked, her voice steady despite the growing unease deep inside her. The silver-haired goddess's smile was all teeth, cold and calculating. You refuse, and you leave this place. You take what little you've learned and go back to your life, and the tomb will remain sealed. But know this, you will never be the same. The knowledge you seek will fester inside you, gnawing at you, a hunger that cannot be sated. The gods are a part of you now, Alexandra Thorne. Once you awaken the tomb, you can never truly walk away. Alexandra felt a chill creep through her bones. She could feel the weight of their words settling in her chest, wrapping around her heart like a tightening vice. What had she uncovered? Was the knowledge truly worth it? Could she bear the burden of such power? But she could not stop now. She had come this far, and deep down, she knew that this knowledge, this truth, was not something she could simply walk away from. There was a destiny here, one that she could not ignore. The truth, for better or worse, was calling her. I won't turn back, she said, her voice clear and strong. Whatever this knowledge is, I'll face it. I'm ready. The gods remained silent, watching her with inscrutable eyes. For a long moment, the chamber held its breath. Then, with a sudden movement, the golden-eyed god stepped forward and placed his hand upon her forehead. Very well, he said, his voice like a storm breaking. But know this, there is no going back. The gods will awaken, and you, Alexandra Thorne, will be their herald. The world around her seemed to shudder, as if the very tomb itself was coming alive. Alexandra felt a surge of power, raw, untamed, like a flood breaking free from a dam. It was overwhelming, like the weight of the entire universe crashing down upon her. And then, as quickly as it had come, the power receded, leaving her breathless and trembling. The gods had spoken, and now there was no turning back. The chamber fell into a heavy silence, as Alexandra stood at the center of it all, feeling the weight of the gods' words pressing on her mind like a heavy stone. The power that had surged through her was still present, lingering at the edges of her thoughts, as though something ancient had awakened inside her. She could almost feel the pulse of it, deep within her chest, beating in time with her own heart. The golden-eyed god, standing just before her, lowered his hand from her forehead. His eyes, once burning with contempt, now seemed to soften just slightly as he studied her. "You have made your choice, Alexandra Thorne," he said, his voice now tinged with something more, resigned. "There is no turning back. You will carry the weight of our legacy now, and you will carry it alone." The silver-haired goddess stepped forward, her gaze still cold and unreadable. "The knowledge you seek is no longer just knowledge," she said. "It is a curse. It is power. It is the force that will reshape the world if you are not careful. And when it does, the consequences will be far beyond what you can imagine." Alexandra took a deep breath, fighting the anxiety that threatened to rise within her. She had wanted answers, and now she had them. But with these answers came responsibility, something far greater than she had expected. Could she truly bear the weight of it all? Could she wield the knowledge without losing herself to it? "I understand," she said, her voice steady despite the fear stirring in her chest. "I will bear it." The golden-eyed god regarded her silently for a long moment. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, he gestured toward the stone altar. "Then you must make the final choice," he said, his voice like distant thunder. "The artifact you seek is here, but be warned, it will not give itself freely. You will face the true test now, one of will and spirit." Alexandra followed the god's gaze, her eyes falling upon a large, dark stone lying at the center of the altar. It was rectangular, with jagged edges, and it seemed to pulse with an eerie, soft glow. The same golden energy that had filled the room earlier now swirled around it, crackling in the air like static electricity. Her heart skipped a beat as she approached the altar, her mind racing with questions. What was this artifact? What power did it hold? And what would happen once she touched it? "You must make the choice to wield it," the silver-haired goddess said, her voice carrying an almost mocking tone. "But understand, this taking the artifact means claiming its power. Once you hold it, you will no longer be the same. You will be bound to it, bound to the god's will." Alexandra's hand hovered above the artifact, the weight of their words pressing down on her. The decision she was about to make would change everything, not just for her, but for the world. She could feel the gravity of it, the enormous weight that rested on her shoulders. It wasn't just about knowledge, it was about control, it was about power, and once she took it, there would be no going back. "Do it," the golden-eyed god urged. "Claim your destiny. Take what was never meant to be given." With a deep breath, Alexandra steeled herself. She had come this far, and there was no turning back now. She was ready to face whatever came next. Slowly, carefully, she placed her hand on the artifact. The moment her fingers made contact, a surge of energy, raw and unfathomable, coursed through her. It was like nothing she had ever felt before. Her body trembled as the power surged through her veins, an unrelenting tide of ancient strength that threatened to consume her. For a moment, she thought she might collapse under its weight, but then the energy stabilized, and she stood there, trembling but resolute. The artifact had accepted her. She had taken the power, and now it was hers. But she felt something else, something new, a presence deep within her, a connection to the gods themselves. Their essence, their will, flowed through her, binding her to the tomb, to the mountain, to Olympus. She could feel their whispers now, faint but growing louder. They were within her thoughts, urging her, guiding her, commanding her to fulfill the purpose they had laid out for her. "You have done it," the golden-eyed god said, his tone approving now. "You are one with the gods. You carry their power, their legacy, and now you must make your choice. Will you use it? Will you reshape the world as we once did?" The question hung in the air, heavy and unspoken, like 1,000 possibilities stretching out before her. She could feel the weight of the power coursing through her, a dangerous current that threatened to pull her under. The gods had entrusted her with their knowledge, their strength. But what would she do with it? What was the cost of such power? "You must decide," the silver-haired goddess said, her eyes narrowing. What will you do, Alexandra Thorne? Alexandra stood silently for a long moment, feeling the weight of the gods' gaze upon her. The decision was hers now. The power was hers to command, and as the realization settled in, she knew that there was no turning back. The chamber seemed to hum with the weight of Alexandra's decision. The power flowing through her was palpable, like a living, breathing force thrumming beneath her skin. She could feel it vibrating in her bones, calling to her, urging her to act. And yet, a part of her deep inside wanted to resist, to push the power away, to walk away from this dark path that had opened before her. But there was no escape now. The gods had chosen her, had given her the key to their forgotten power, and that power was not something that could simply be ignored. It was not something that could be easily controlled. It was a force that would either consume her or shape her, and there was no going back. "Well, Alexandra Thorne," the golden-eyed god said, his voice now oddly tinged with satisfaction. "You hold the power of the gods. What will you do with it? Will you reshape the world? Will you use it to command? Or will you let it destroy you, as it has destroyed so many before you?" Alexandra's pulse quickened. The question hung in the air, a challenge that she could no longer avoid. She could feel the pull of the power, an overwhelming urge to use it, to reshape reality itself. The gods were offering her the world on a silver platter, giving her the power to change everything: life, death, fate, destiny. But at what cost? Her mind raced. She had always sought knowledge, always wanted to understand the ancient mysteries of the world, but she had never expected it to come with such consequences. The power she held in her hand was not simply knowledge, it was life itself, a force that could tear the world apart or rebuild it. The gods had been imprisoned for a reason. They had wielded this power, and it had corrupted them, turning them into tyrants, rulers who demanded worship and control over every living thing. Could she be different? Could she use this power without succumbing to the same darkness that had consumed the gods before her? The weight of the artifact in her hand grew heavier. It pulsed with energy, as though it were alive, its power feeding off her doubt, her indecision. She could feel the whispers of the gods swirling around her, their voices growing louder, urging her to embrace the power, to claim her birthright. "You will be great, Alexandra Thorne," the silver-haired goddess intoned. "You will be a ruler, like us. You will shape the future with your hands. The world will bow before you, just as it once bowed to us." The temptation was overwhelming. Alexandra could feel the hunger within her, the desire to control, to bend the world to her will, to right the wrongs of history, to remake the world in her image. The knowledge of the gods was hers. The power was hers. All she had to do was claim it. But deep down, she knew the truth. Power, unchecked and unchallenged, could never be trusted. The gods had been rulers, yes, but their rule had led to destruction. Their hunger for control had broken them, twisted them into something unrecognizable. And now, she stood on the precipice, the same temptation stretching out before her. She closed her eyes, taking a slow, steadying breath. The gods' whispers filled her mind, but she fought them back, focusing on the one truth that had always driven her: the need to learn, to understand, to uncover the mysteries of the world, not to control it. "I won't use this power to rule," she said, her voice steady. "I will not become what you were. I seek knowledge, not domination. I will use this power to learn, to understand, to heal what has been broken." There was a long, tense silence. The gods did not speak. The room seemed to hold its breath, as though the very tomb were waiting for her decision. The golden-eyed god's gaze never wavered. "You are a fool," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "You have the power of the gods at your fingertips, and you choose to waste it. You will regret this decision." The silver-haired goddess's expression was unreadable. "You are not worthy, Alexandra Thorne. You have chosen the path of weakness, and it will lead you to ruin. The world does not need another scholar, another seeker of truth. It needs a ruler." But Alexandra stood firm, her resolve hardening like stone. She had come this far, had faced down the gods themselves. She would not allow herself to fall into the same trap they had. She would not let their legacy of destruction define her. With a final, resolute movement, Alexandra turned away from the altar, the power of the gods still pulsing within her. The tomb seemed to tremble, as though it was reacting to her choice. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, but she ignored them, pushing them out of her mind. She was not their vessel. She was not their puppet. "I will leave this place," she said, her voice steady. "I will use what I have learned to seek the truth, but I will not become like you. I will not let the power corrupt me." The gods did not respond, their silence a heavy weight in the chamber. Alexandra took one last look at the altar, the shattered remnants of the artifact glowing faintly in the dim light. She had made her choice, and now she had to live with it. Slowly, she turned and walked toward the exit of the tomb, the weight of the power within her heavy but not overwhelming. She knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, that the gods would not simply let her go without consequence. But she had made her decision, and she would face whatever came next. As she stepped into the cold air of the mountain once more, the door to the tomb ceiling behind her with a resounding thud, she knew one thing for certain: the world would never be the same. The knowledge was hers, the power was hers, and now it was up to her to decide what to do with it. As Alexandra stood at the foot of Mount Olympus, the wind brushing against her skin, the weight of her decision began to settle into her bones. The power of the gods was still within her, but it no longer felt like a burden. It was as if the very air around her had changed, the world breathing in time with her own heart. She could still feel their presence, those ancient beings, those rulers of a forgotten time, but their voices no longer echoed in her mind. The whispers had quieted, their urgency replaced by a peaceful stillness, as though they had finally accepted her choice. She had not chosen domination or control. She had chosen the pursuit of truth, the freedom to shape her own path, unburdened by the weight of ancient legacies. And in that silence, she found peace. The sun, which had been hidden behind the clouds for what felt like an eternity, began to break through, casting golden rays over the mountain and the valley below. The light was soft, warm, and endless. It was as though the world was opening itself to her once more, welcoming her back from the depths of the tomb with a new understanding. The gods might have been powerful, but they were not the masters of her fate. She was. Alexandra took a deep breath, filling her lungs with the crisp mountain air. The road ahead would be long and uncertain. She had no illusions about that. The knowledge she had gained would change her, just as the power she held had the potential to shape the world. But it was her choice now. She could use that knowledge for good, to heal, to teach, to uncover even deeper mysteries, without the need to conquer or control. With a final glance at the mountain, the tomb, and the place where her journey had begun, Alexandra turned away. The path was uncertain, but for the first time in a long while, she felt a sense of clarity. The power she had chosen to wield was not the kind that bound others to her will. It was a gift, the gift of understanding, of enlightenment, of knowing that the true strength lay not in domination, but in the freedom to choose, to learn, and to grow. As she walked down the mountain, the world spread out before her, vast and full of possibilities. The gods may have ruled the earth once, but their time had passed. The future belonged to those who sought knowledge, who embraced the mysteries of life with open hearts and minds. And Alexandra Thorne, with the power of the gods within her, would walk that path, not as a ruler, but as a seeker forever chasing the next great truth. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its final rays of light over the landscape, Alexandra knew that this was just the beginning.